Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on here. There's been a little bit some shenanigans going on here. Ah, sick. Chimo's here at least. Okay. Why is speakers not doing anything? Hello? Where's my desktop audio, bro? Baffling. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna hang out here for a minute. Let me see what maps we're on. For those of you who are here, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing good. We've got our new player tournament. We're going to be rocking that. And, oh, we got a really good map. One of my favorite maps. Yes. Love Dunes of Cain. Kind of want to see the Zinch corrupted version of it. So we're going to actually run that. Got Chimo and the Lizardman here. Really fun faction and a really solid player here. Should be well on our way in just a few moments. What the hell is going on with this? I'm going to be troubleshooting audio issues in the meantime. Just randomly occurring audio issues, no less. There's always the worst possible outcome. We will see what this ends up doing. I have not had audio issues on stream in God knows how long. Whatever OBS's current malfunction is. Get to the bottom of it. Alright. Oh, frick. Oh, I'll jump back in there in a second. It'll be okay. Something in here? No. Volume in-game is great. Absolutely no problems. So it's an OBS thing. It's an OBS thing. Maybe I need to restart OBS, which would be really freaking inconvenient. See if Gmo runs a build similar to that or not. Who is his opponent? Where are they? Have we not kicked it off yet? Apparently not. We're still waiting for the tournament to kick off. Do have a good number of signups today. I think they're just taking a couple extra minutes while everything gets squared away here in the Discord. Yup. Okay. Well, RIP. I don't know what's going on with OBS. I'd probably need to restart this to try and get it to re-recognize the in-game noise, which I will do after we get into the first round. Really like to start jumping into games and know that we've got some action before I'm even bothering really fucking around with it. Maybe I should just jump into it and do it now. What's up, guys? Yeah, bracket isn't live yet, so we're just kind of chilling here. Hope you guys are well. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with my audio settings. It's like classic OBS. You change like one thing somewhere in settings elsewhere on your computer, and then OBS is like, maybe I should do the same thing. You know, I really think it's time to just change random settings for no apparent reason. Make streamer have to scramble at the last second to figure out what the hell happened. Good news is we know we got some lizard action. Lizards are always fun to watch. Chimo's a pretty good lizard player too. We're good to go. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, and KOTJ is Chimo's opponent, so we can kick it off. Officially. Let's get our opponent here. Brilliant. KOTJ's been around for a little while. Jumps in and out. Just doesn't play like super consistently, but is a really good player, so I'm curious to see how rusty he might be. It's very possible he is. Has there been an update lately or something? Renataki also had technical issues yesterday. It sounds about, yeah, that sounds about the measure of OBS. I don't know. OBS should be all up to date. The only thing I did is I reverted to the last hotfix patch on Total Warhammer to do like a little standalone video. I have literally haven't really been on anything else, so my computer's been relatively untouched. Like I played some Minecraft with uh my partner, but I wasn't like streaming or anything. I don't know why that would affect OBS in any way whatsoever. I make sure everything is up to date when I log in and check things. Should be fine. It's just one of those mysterious technical moments, man. I swear. Windows, I'm blaming Windows because Windows really is the easiest thing to blame. They're my perfect little scapegoat. You know, me before all of the Windows, the non-existent Windows defenders come to proclaim my ignorance about the OS. Like, no, sorry guys, Windows 11 is shit, and everybody knows it. There's just not really great options outside of them. Linux is something that I could run, but I know a majority of people can't. Most people are not going through all the effort of trying to break away from the bigger companies that offer a more convenient package, unfortunately. And I'm very guilty of that right now. Maybe one day when I have a little bit more free time on my hands, you know, I'll get the hell away from this nauseating ass company. Yeah, really, dude. I swear. The wonders and frustrations of it. That's probably the biggest thing about any technology in general. Like the benefits and progress and what it offers is only equaled in the level of irritation that you feel towards it on a regular basis over the smallest inconveniences. There's got to be some kind of universal law about that. So we're waiting on KOTJ. Says he needs to update the map pack, which, okay, sure. Go for it. Yeah, I know about Microsoft's AI mandate. I didn't know that they reversed it. That's actually really heartening because AI has been kind of a disaster, to be honest, in terms of implementation. Like I can very much see it in the future being a technology that is reputable and useful, but right now, no shot. It's a mess. It's the spaghetti being thrown at the wall, and people are pissed that they're making a huge mess when they're throwing it at the wall. It's like, come on, guys, what the hell are you talking about? Like these multi-billion-dollar companies, and the way that y'all are running your business is like throwing darts at a board. Like, come on. Is this really good governance? Yeah, that's the thing. There's no way for anybody to make money on AI, so like the companies who use it are just burning money, and then the companies that are providing the AI services are just burning money because they can't make the ends meet on their side of things with how much they need to build out infrastructure and architecture. The products themselves are kind of shit. They're really not that good. They're really mediocre products at best. And then three, the companies that actually use them have no way and no idea of how to implement them, and don't have their systems in place to ensure quality. So that always falls on the shoulders of the consumer, first and foremost, and then it ends up becoming an issue for everybody else. What does it mean the host left the game? I hosted the game. Why did it kick me out? Hello? Let me join my own lobby. Oh, please, dude. No. What is happening? Let me back in. Baffling. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to ask these guys to come over to this lobby now. What the hell? That's so fucking annoying. I swear, man. Alright, well, that's fine. Let me just get back on the right map. It's okay. It's okay, guys. Just crashing out. Oh my god, please. Alright, I think we're finally set up. Here we go. We're ready to kick it off. It's been a little bit of a slow start, but that just means other people are going to have their games done. We only get it rocking and rolling the absolute second we're done with our first live match of the day, which is always the only one that we do. Just because consistently peer-to-peer connection sucks. It's unfortunate. Get dedicated servers, maybe we can have more interesting lobby setups. I was actually thinking about some little things that CA could do to make the multiplayer experience more interesting for the average player, because right now, even with the health overall of the multiplayer community in this game, still incredibly niche. CA has just never really supported the multiplayer side of things, which is a little sad. I really think that they could stand to do a little bit more to make it an engaging experience. Working leaderboard, obviously, I think that's been on everybody's wish list for ages now. On top of that, some servers would be freaking sick, dedicated servers, so that we can, you know, connect with people across the globe and not have horrible lag randomly. Like, perfectly fine connection with somebody in China one day, and then the next time you try playing, it's like a slideshow. Your dad has the little projector reel clicker, and he's like going through each slide glacially slow. That's what it looks like on occasion. God, dude. You get those couple of things, and then also like a genuinely quick matchmaker. That was the other big thing, because they launched Warhammer 3 with not enough factions. Like, it was just the Warhammer 3 launch factions. The ranked leaderboard was bugged immediately, so there was no point in grinding it. And they just never really release new maps. They need to release new maps, and it'd be really cool if they could just do some like fun, quick, flashy little intros for the maps when you get into the ranked matchmaker, instead of it dragging you into it after the fact. It could just like preview the map quickly for you, and then have you pick your army after you see the little little map projection. Then you can just kick the game off, and it could just implement like a hard 10-minute timer to force people into games. Because otherwise there's plenty of times people have just been sitting and taking ages to pick things. And chat features would help. Any kind of chat features. They just completely removed them for this game. It's really, really hurt things because you can't talk to people. And I understand why they removed the chat features. It was more of a legal thing, since they're a UK-based company. The UK requires much more stringent, like, chat feature protections than the US does. But they just removed chat instead of doing anything about that. And it means that when you find good games in ranked matchmaking, you don't really have an easy way of finding those people ever again. There's not really an easy way to link up. So if they could figure out some kind of working moderated chat system within the game for Total Warhammer 40k, say you can just do those few basic things right, you could actually build a healthy, sustainable, non-intensive multiplayer community. It's kind of what it is right now. Is you know, it's on guys like Tourney and Anticity and all of the content creators to kind of keep the multiplayer side of things running right now. And I think it would behoove CA in the long run to make multiplayer a little bit more appealing to the average individual. I know it's always going to be a campaign-first experience, but come on. Put a little bit of effort into your product. Begging you. Okay. It's a fun high elf build and a fun lizardman build. We got Kropgar. He's on the horned one. No, he's on the cold one. Right? I think this is the cold one. As the horned ones are slightly faster in my, if I'm remembering correctly. You got cold one riders here, lots of chameleon skinks. Maxed out on the chameleons, man. They are really strong. Can honestly they can honestly pop off against Lather and Seaguard if they can get into the backline a little bit. And terrorize those guys. It's going to be a little tough, though, with an Archmage and Karadrin. Karadrin is just a great duelist. And then the Archmage of Death is rocking in here some Spirit Leech. And Fate of Buna's okay. It's perfectly acceptable as a spell. You just see Purple Sun Azirius more often because it has more damage potential, but Buna is a very stable floor. That will just absolutely ruin Salamander hunting packs, and also stuff like Coldwind Riders. So, it's a pretty good option to throw out there. Skink Oracle with just Flock of Doom. No Earthblood on the Skink Oracle. Gotta respect it. Just going for the damage is definitely a choice. I always bring Earthblood on the Skink Oracle, though, personally. This character is really strong, and the Troglodon mount really isn't half bad, but this guy can get bullied. It's pretty painful to lose him because he costs like 2,100 gold, even with like next to no items on him. It's a really pricey character. Having the heal just in case you need it, especially when you're also running a pretty strong combat character like Kropgar and an Ancient Salamander. You got a lot of stuff here that can really benefit from healing. You know, fairly like low HP, but high model count units and the chameleon skinks. Those can always benefit immensely from the healing. Not so much in terms of raw numbers sometimes, because the healing is percentage based as opposed to just like raw totals like it used to be in Warhammer 2. But just to sustain those units slightly longer. Troglodyte shoots Karadrin right in his little face here. It actually takes about 400 HP off of him. He's going to get a land right in on the Skink Oracle, which is going to be a bit of a hassle here, man. Karadrin is a crazy good duelist with the bonus versus large. 25 there, but some punishing fire coming down. Wowee, chameleon skinks filling this guy full of little darts. He's getting peppered down really aggressively. Ooh, Hand of the Gods whiffs huge, though. Oh, my goodness. That is just going off into the middle of nowhere. That's a pretty brutal whiff from Krokgar. That's a very powerful item. Does a ton of damage. And not a single one of those hit Karadrin. So it just kind of gets away with murder. That probably would have taken about, how much spell res? Ward save? That probably would have taken about 1,000 HP off Karadrin. Because Hand of the Gods is just like a mega buffed Shem's Burning Gaze. Normally it can do like up to 2,000 damage thereabouts, although Karadrin has some resistances. The ward save and the spell res, 25%, probably chips that down to closer to 1,200, maybe 1,000. Skink Oracle getting dove on again. Really nice engages around the Spirit Leeches. Karadrin has been very patient with that. He pops all of his abilities here. He is going deep for this Skink Oracle right now. Who is pulling back, just pops the Focus Instinct, so he's not rampaging. Karadrin continuing to get filled full of Javelin Fire here. Or Blow Dart Fire, rather. Some Spear Riders on the way in now. Karadrin's going to have to pull back off the ground yet again. Beautiful Buna, though. Thumping the Cold Wind Spear Riders. But on the other side, we've got Ship's Company getting run down by the Cold Wind Riders here. And the Chameleon Skinks, they've taken a little bit of damage, but really not that bad. And they're poking really effectively. They've taken down one Ship's Company. They've got another one whittled down pretty low. They're just pressuring the High Elves on their own objective. And look at the High Elves' position. Like, they're forced into kind of a attritional battle on the number 3 objective over here. It's completely stopped any momentum up onto the number 1 and 2. Which is where the Cold Wind Riders are really starting to fill the space out. You're going to make this really painful and difficult for the High Elves to engage into. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to leave the Skink Skirmishers engaged in there against the Fireborn, and then just have the Cold Wind Spear Riders turn around and just hard engage onto those guys. Not going to stick by their guns and pursue that avenue. They are going to continue holding on to the number 2 objective, though. Skink Oracle is about to go down. Karadrin is also about to go down, though. Chimo's in a decent spot. Honestly, KOTJ is in an okay spot as well. He's gotten rid of the magic for the Lizardmen, which is awesome. And this, like I said, the Skink Oracle is expensive. He is not coming back anytime soon. That heal, man, that Earth Blow would have made all the difference here. Instead of him getting run off the field, you could probably have gotten him up to about half HP again and healed up your Spear Riders, your Ancient Salamander, the other Spear Rider. And you could be looking at not even a deficit with how much damage you've taken. It's really not that bad of damage right now. Karadrin is down to 455 HP, but look at the Fireborn deep in here. Looking for a kill on that Hunting Pack. Hunting Pack is pulling back. Umbral Tide's doing okay. Chameleons, man, have been shooting a lot of shields, and they're almost out of ammo, so it's starting to look really ineffectual. See, some of them are routing here, not doing too hot. What you do right now with Krokgar is you get into the Ship's Company here, break their use of the shields, and then just have the skinks and the chameleons poke these guys off. Be super easy. You can very much accomplish it in very little time right now. Red-crested skinks are moving in underneath the mobility fight here. They will be very, very effective against the cav. They love ripping into stuff like Illyrian Reavers, and even the Fireborn. Fireborn might actually be the most cost-effective target in here for the red-crested skinks. We got Feral Cold Ones coming in to pin as well. Ooh, this dive for the Umbral Tide might end up being the death of a lot of high elf units. The Umbral Tide has actually got a decent number of models, and they're getting set up, and they are looking to turn this into a mass rout. Look at all the Lizardmen units in here blocking up the Fireborn right now. Ooh, and Karadrin goes down to a great volley from the Umbral Tide. Beautiful focus from Chimo. The Fireborn is in deep doo-doo right now. They have nowhere to go. Tied up with Feral Cold Ones, Red-Crested Skinks all over the place around these guys. And they've taken quite a bit of damage. Really not a lot to show for it. Not even 1,000 value right now. And this Red-Crested Skink has already paid for itself. And on the other side here, looks like Krokar finally got into the ship's company. And he really is forcing a bit of a push through here. When Illyrian Reavers trying to hold back some Coldwind Spear Riders. Honestly, a pretty good surround with this Lothern Sea Guard. They're taking these little Spear Rider cav to Pound Town right now. Big distraction, though. Those guys should be able to hold for a little bit longer, and the cap situation is desperate for the High Elves. They just can't break through anywhere meaningfully. Their melee units are just getting folded over and over again. White Lion's going for a desperation push on the number 1. Ooh, lucky that Chimo just summons out a Red-Crested Skink on the other side of the field. Although, maybe it won't be so fortunate, because right now, again, the Fireborn have to dive onto more Red-Crested Skinks, more Feral Cold Ones. Slowly getting pulled down here, and they're getting hit by the Umbral Tide now. And sure, the Umbral Tide is being shot up pretty bad. They are not doing tremendous damage through the fire resistance that the Fireborn have access to, but every little bit helps right now, and these guys are down to 24 models. Barely any HP. More Illyrian Reavers coming up. Golden Spear Riders holding ground. Krokar fighting over the middle. Honestly, pretty good response from Chimo. He definitely wants to fan out a little bit and get his units on the point. He's actually doing a great job of forcing the White Lions off with one unit and then circling around behind with the rest of his skinks. Really brilliant objective play. That's how you win with Lizardmen. They're so good at playing points. They just get good cap weight out for a bare minimum investment. Red-Crested Skinks are 575 gold, and then Skink cohorts are 325, guys. They're dirt cheap. Just throw them up wherever you need support and make it hard for your opponent to tear the objectives away from you. These Red-Cresteds are everywhere on the field now. They're all over the Lothern Sea Guard line. They're fighting some Illyrian Reavers on the number 3 objective out here. And putting pressure on it, it's looking like it could flip to the Lizardmen, which would be devastating because they're really not having much success on the number 1 right now. Number 2 is not going too hot either. Krokar actually routs the Illyrian Reaver cav here. He's pulling back. He could just use Hand of the Gods in this Lothern Sea Guard right now. It's not like the best use of it, but it would do a ton of damage. Probably have saved at this point. Krokar just sticks there. He's going to pull back, though. I get wanting to defend the number 1 a little bit more. Kind of spreading your force a little thin across the field, but the flip comes in on the number 3, which is a disaster for the High Elves. And Lothern Sea Guard being locked down by Red-Crested Skinks is a bit of a pain. Definitely don't want to see it happen. These guys have just been so freaking cost-effective. The Red-Crested Skinks going crazy right now. More Crested Skinks getting up on the number 2. It's a double cap for the High Elves. They've just done a great job of holding this whole game. Number 1's in danger of flipping, though. Pure Main Company's getting up here. This White Lion of Trace actually got a lot of kills. Not a lot of value, but that's not that big of a deal. High Elves technically have a value lead. That's narrowing pretty quickly now with how effective the Skinks have been. And late game, 12 Umbral Tide models actually hammering the Archmage currently. Oh my god, who's routing? Oh no, just a couple more shots. Probably gets her into the unsavable zone in terms of leadership. Yeah, damage sustained is higher than base damage. Or sorry, higher than base leadership, so I don't think she rallies. Unless that base, or unless that damage sustained goes away. Oh, last couple shots. Ooh, 4 HP. Barely gets off the field. So that's a huge moment for the High Elves, because they're going to lose leadership for a bit here. But their leadership could stabilize. The problem is that the leadership for the Lizards rock solid with Krotgar on the field, so even though Skinks have low-ish leadership at base, they're not suffering any leadership malices. So who cares? Like, their units are, on average, going to be about as high leadership as some of these more elite High Elf options on a per-pound basis for the next few minutes, and with how cheap Skinks are, that's just going to be an overwhelming tide. You can just see the Lizards just stuffing out the points. Honestly, a brilliant game by Chimo. That is how you beat the High Elves. They brought a missile line. Okay, I'll play into the missile line. I'll even let you farm decent value with the missiles. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to fight you on that point. I'm going to make it a really rough and tumble fight, and then you're not going to have the sauce to get up on the objectives that you need. It's really well done, and Karadrin went down for only 800 value, and while the Skink Oracle died pretty early, still got 1200 here. Ultimately trading out a little bit better than the High Elf Specialist, so who's the real winner here? I mean, honestly, getting rid of Karadrin is the biggest moment in that game. He's a real pain. He's a jerk. He's a very strong character. I actually do wonder if maybe Karadrin on horseback, though, is better here. The reason that I wonder is that people underestimate Chameleon Skinks and Lizardman Poke in general. Lizards really did used to just go all Chameleon Skinks and, like, Skink cohorts with, like, maybe a Saurus or two. And then, like, some net wizards back in the day to just ruin people in land battle. Lizards were so gross, because their missiles are juicy. Like, none of their missiles are, like, truly oppressive in the way that, like, Waywatcher might be for the Wood Elves. Like, I think anybody who's played Wood Elves can tell you, like, a Waywatcher volley hitting your Lord in the face and just, like, insta-gibbing them is absolute misery. There isn't a single Lizardman unit that can do that, but all of the firepower that they bring to the table if they go for kite play with, like, Umbral Tide, Chameleons, Solar Engines, Ancient Salamanders, Razordons, hell, Stegodons, their little ballistas. The Troglodons have a really good missile, as you saw in that last game. They will put you through the freaking ringer before you even make contact with their front line, and then that's where all that cheap infantry comes in. And Red Cresteds, they're not 575, guys. I'm sorry, that was misinformation. My name is Mr. Information, and I'm spreading misinformation. Red Crested Skinks are 525. I think they used to be 575, but they got a reduction a while back. You just spam stuff like that out, and you just overwhelm people with cost efficiency. It's a little bit like Beastmen. Beastmen probably do it a little better because they're faster, but Lizards are no joke either. You just start stacking all these poisons on top of one another. And hey, Oxyotl isn't even bad. If you go and watch the most recent standalone game I did, which is Lizards versus Khorne, you see Oxyotl absolutely farming versus Scarbrand. There's a lot of really cool stuff that they can do, and they have access to. Ooh, double Skink Chief. Dude, back in the day, double Skink Chief. It's kind of a nightmare. I'm actually a little surprised that double Skink Chief doesn't get used in a couple matchups. I actually think they'd be really good against Zinch specifically. Because Zinch actually really loves Changebringers against Lizards, and Changebringers can farm the absolute living snot out of you. I actually think that a Light Slan with double Skink Chief can be really tough for Zinch to deal with. Just in my, like, pure theory crafting brain. Or you can go Mazda, either or. Like, just some nets and then a few, like, good punish tools for, like, elite infantry. It's really all you need, and Shems and net here on this guy can do that. You got Blood Statua, which is a nice little thing. You don't need Aura of Quetzal. You got Banishments for, like, heavy infantry. You get Exorcism, which gives magic attacks. For 15 seconds every time you cast. You can just use Shems like endlessly. It's a very low cooldown spell. Does good damage to like flyers and whatnot. And you run these guys on the Pterodons. They're like 1,000 gold, and they don't even need these two items. These are kind of doo-doo items anyways. Hero Slippery. They've got 82 ammunition, and their missile fires every 4 seconds. Rock drop isn't really good. It's like a single rock drop. It sucks, but you just use their little ammunition all game with 100-meter range. You just poke like all of the flamers and other nonsense that Zinch might try to throw out. I think there's like unexplored tech with these guys. The only reason you don't see them is because Lizards have like a million other things that are just really good in domination mode. These guys flying around on their Pterodons, they don't have cap weight, so definitely like a little bit of a drawback to throwing them out there, but like a severe one per se. What do you think, Jimmy? Do you think double Skink Chief could work against Zinch? Because you're kind of the resident expert in chat here about those guys. What the hell are these? Oh, I saved some old campaign stuff. I was screwing around with an Arbol campaign. It's stupidly fun. Dude, oh my god, this Arbol army that I've got here just absolutely steamrolls everybody. I killed like this entire army and lost like 3 guys in the whole unit. And like all my units, it was like just an absolute massacre. Hilarious. I think the point I've got my Arbol, he's like level 45, and all the other lords in the campaign are at like level 20 for the most part. He's so stupidly broken. If Khorne were as broken in multiplayer as they are in campaign, literally everybody would be freaking out. Because Khorne is a super fun faction in multiplayer because they're so well balanced. Khorne in multiplayer, if they got slightly overtuned, would be the most oppressive BS faction that you've ever seen. Maybe even more so than Slaanesh even is currently. Alright. Let's get in here. Start running it down. Some more games. And we'll just rapid fire for the rest of the stream here. After I get some more coffee in me. Walk Hiles. I was thinking about like doing a little campaign retrospective when I'm done with this one, because I've done a little off-stream filming of it. Just every like got like an hour every day to like play. It's like super easy to jump in and out of. We've got Chorf Skaven. Ooh, elite greenskins versus Chorfs. This I'm actually really curious about. And I haven't seen Emperor around in a second. So Emp is up against Cappy, who I've never seen play. We've got Snagla, Gorbad, Archer Line, Ruggled's here as always, couple regular Orc Air Boys, couple Goblin Wolf Riders, Mogrubs, Mangy Marauders probably in reserve. They do tend to lose pretty hard to the hobgoblins, so the wolf rider's definitely the smarter option. And Snaglet can always get like a snare and get like an early pick on like a hobgoblin. They're fairly expensive. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You probably want to save that for the Iron Demon or to catch the Sorcerer Prophet on the ground. Got a Death Shriek Rocket, we got a Magma Cannon, we got Infernal Guard Fireglaves and Chaos Warriors defending those guys over there. And not a Bale Taurus, just a regular Great Taurus. You can tell the difference because Bale Tauruses have way more melee defense. They have a ton more HP as well. Weapon strength and everything. Great Tauruses are a decent mount, though. They're relatively cheap. The charge bonus on this thing is really high. They've got good weapon strength. You just can't leave them in sustained combat because of the low melee defense. But if you can get Blazing Body to start charging up pretty high on the Bale Taurus, or sorry, on the Great Taurus, it's honestly not bad because the damage reflection is pretty powerful on this thing. You can really force people to delete themselves just by engaging onto you. Hobgoblins poking and, you know, messing up Snaglet a little bit. But Spider Hatchling summon back here, honestly very well placed to get after the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, who are super stuck here right now. Snaglet and the Spider Hatchling's probably going to be able to run them down. I mean, there's not too many places that they can go currently. Iron Demon is poking and is taking 1 HP damage from, like, all these shots. You know, these Wolf Riders don't have the most AP in the world. They're doing what they can to try and whittle this thing down. It'll take a lot of effort, though. I would honestly just hard rush the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders right now, because they're relatively close in, and the Wolf Riders, way cheaper. You can definitely farm a little bit of value out of here just by focusing one of these guys down, I think. Spider Hatchlings are still keeping back one of the other guys. They last so freaking long, and they've actually got 136 value for such a crappy summon. It's honestly pretty impressive. Magma Cannon thumping the Orc boys here. Death Shriek Rocket Launcher, Airburst Mortar gets in and wrecks some Black Orcs. Very well placed shot, Magma Cannon. Very fortunately for the Greenskins, misses. Oh god, and the most disgusting fate of, or Purple Son of Xerius ever. Jesus Christ. Campaign moment, dude. Cannot blob up on single entities like this. No, no, no. That Purple Sun got 1,000 value, and the Black Orcs are starting to get pummeled pretty badly. Emperor is definitely a little worse for wear right now, but he is whittling down this Iron Demon. The Iron Demon is not cycle charging enough. He's doing a very poor job of pushing in and out of the backlines currently. More good shots, though, from the artillery. A million squig hoppers. A million little squigs. On the way in. Brutal Magma Cannon shot. Deletes this Night Goblin Squig Hopper before they even make contact, and they run right off the field since they're on map's edge. Squig Hoppers penetrating in, but they have already gotten pounded, and the Fireglaves are here. See a little bit of a surround on this one with some of the Squig Hopper models. You just need to hard focus down the Magma Cannon. Something, anything right now. If you can kill one of these artillery pieces, then the dive was not great, but somewhat worth it, because it's not going bad on the mobility fight. We did have a huge overextension on the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. They were trying to run down the Wolf Raider Archers, which they really shouldn't have been doing. All you needed to do was just summon up the Orc Laborers and have your Hobgoblins positioned on the high ground to just poke onto any Wolf Raiders that came around you. No need to do anything else. I got all the Laborers running, and it's very possible that Emperor could get a triple cap here in just a moment. There is a lot of stuff way off in the back corner of the map, not contributing any cap weight. Black Orcs did take damage, but they're out here putting in a little bit of work just to hold the line and give some space to the Greenskins for this late game situation. Gorbad's running around, providing his buffs, staying very safe. Snaggle with about 400 value, and the Broken Tusk Mob running down a bunch of garbage, just farming kills right now. Oh my goodness, Orc Labor's dying in droves to these guys. No way the Spider Hatchling's got a freaking... Orcs are the best buff. Are you kidding me? Amazing. Whopping 253 value on those guys for all that effort. So what? Snagla right now has got how much value? At about 150 on that first Spider Hatchling, 250 on that last one, 400. It's really got about 800 value. He's also used a Spiderweb attack. You can usually chalk up about 500, 600 value to that. He's done very well. Snagla has definitely been worth the money. Ruglud's and some archers pushing real deep. That's why you got to give your missile units guard mode orders. They just end up walking forward way too far, chasing stuff down, trying to get in range. Really not worth it. Definitely would prefer to see a little bit of safer play with that. Magma Cannon with some very, very painful damage onto those black orcs right now. Death Shriek is getting good value, but I think there may be an over-investment into the artillery because the Greenskins, as I suspected, are starting to crowd out space on the battlefield and grab all the objectives. Broken Tusk Mob is just hanging out on the number 1, and that Hobgoblin Wolf Raider is not shooting them off anytime soon. Like, yeah, plenty of good damage to be had there. Nothing significant enough to really crack any of these positions open. Boar Boy Biggins fighting some Orc Laborers. Boar Boy's here getting crunched by the Infernal Guard Fireglaze. Stop engaging over here. Deny value to the Fireglaves and the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. If your opponent's going to protect these things that hard, look how much space they've given up. All of those units that you've just YOLO'd into death over here could right now be running the Chaos Dwarf Warriors off the field. And it's left you a little thin out here on the number 2. Snaggle is disrupting amazingly, though. Another Spider Hatchling summon right in the face of these Wolf Riders. Getting chewed up a little bit on the initial summon, but they are causing a little bit of consternation here for these Wolf Riders, and they're going to run away. Error Boys and Ruglud's getting set up. Gorbad's just trying to hold back a big blob of enemies. And Black Orc's actually beating down a Wolf Raider that gets a little too handsy with them. More Magma Cannon shots. Just killing some routing Black Orcs. Not bad. It's time to just rotate away. You don't need to even engage over here, because these guys are at the edge of the map. They have to, like, move up if they want to shoot the number 2. If you just play off of these 2 points, you just don't even have to interact with those. Spider Hatchlings with about 100 value. Snaggle continuing the pursuit, man. These really causing problems for the Chaos Dowie with these spider summons. He's out of them now. That is going to be a bit of an issue. Greenskins are definitely going to want... or definitely going to wish that they had a little bit more to throw out there to continue running all these guys down. It's possible that he even breaks this Wolf Raider, oh my god, and runs it off the field. Huge pick by Snaggle. No, use Snaggle to run him off. That's a big mistake. These guys might rally before they run off. So they're like right up here. They've got plenty of space. Are they going to rally? No. Boom. Pain, 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 pain for the Chaos Dowie. So their units decide they have just had enough. They don't want any part of this. Beautiful stacking with Orc Boys and Stone Trolls, by the way. Kadai can actually beat up on Trolls a little bit. But with the additional infantry support, Stone Trolls suddenly hard countering these Kadai, and they absolutely stomp them. And the Orc Boy Spears didn't contribute much. It was really just them, and then Gorbad earlier kind of holding the tide back. Snagla, Broken Tusk Mob hanging out on the middle, Stone Trolls all over the place. 2 Stone Trolls on the field. Iron Demon going to get surrounded by them also. Stone Trolls have a lot of weapon strength. They're really good at beating the crap out of single entities. Yeah, just keep them on this Iron Demon and give some Gorbad buffs over and should be fine. Although Sorcerer Prophet of Death hits Gorbad with a Spirit Leech and is running him off the back of the map now. Boarboy Biggins moving in. You can see the Death Shriek in the Magma Cannon had to move forward. Like I said, I mean, they've been at the back of the map so long that taking them a little bit of time to reposition. It's allowing for the Greenskins to kind of get a little bit of a comeback going. They've been down in value pretty much all game. Oh, actually, that's not where the middle of the unit is. Does actually still kill a decent number of sneaky gets, though, by accident. Not the end of the world. I would be really careful about firing into this mass, because there's actually a lot more chance for friendly fire than I would be comfortable with. You can see this is melting about 300 or 400 HP off the Chaos Dowie Warriors. A million more Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Whoa, Wolf Raiders upon ye, for real. Gorbad is actually shattered, so really not the worst thing for the Greenskins. If he just runs off, leadership's going to be a real problem for a few minutes, but Stone Trolls are fairly healthy. They can just pull back and regen a bunch of HP, which is probably what they should do. Honestly, a brilliant rear charge from the Goblin Wolf Raiders. These little Wolf Rider archers might be able to break the Chaos Dowie Warriors, who are barely holding in here, which would mean the Iron Demon is all alone trying to cap that point. A Black Orc with great weapons is trundling over, looking to establish themselves on the middle of the point there. Wolf Raider bows get absolutely annihilated by the Broken Tusk Mob, which is 1,700 value and 354 kills. Absolutely bonkers performance so far. Iron Demon has been very ineffectual. Cappy has not microed it very well. Add on to that the fact that there's just not a lot of infantry to tear out. There's a lot of ITP here for the Black Orcs. Trolls can be tear routed, but tear routing trolls is not that great because they just run away and come right back. Usually, you have to like run them all down if you want to get rid of them that way. That can be a bit of a problem for a reasonably expensive faction like the Chaos Dowie are. They've gone really deep into Laborers, and Laborers are just shit units, and they have no cap weight. So for a situation where you need to get the triple cap, and you need to do it sooner rather than later, I'm deeply concerned for the chances of the Chaos Dwarves. Because here in just a minute, we're going to start seeing the leadership penalties ticking back down. They won't be nearly the problem they have been up to this point. Any day now. I don't know when that's going to happen. He was running off the back of the map. He was shattered. He should have shattered and run off long enough ago. There we go. Now the leadership penalty is gone. So the Black Orc Big Box, the Black Orc Great Weapons are just standing toe-to-toe with the Kadai right now. Not a bad fight for Kadai, but in terms of infantry that can still give back a little bit of damage, Black Orc's definitely up there. Just really solid. So they're able to put a little bit of a beat down on the Kadai before they go down. Stone Trolls are rallying. Leadership under control for these guys means that they can just regen for a little bit longer and then get right back into the engagements and just finish some units off. Iron Demon going to be the first victim to this unit of Stone Trolls. Stone Trolls down here rallying, and want to go after the Orc Laborers? Nah, I would just hard focus the Kadai Fireborn here. Fireglave's moving up. You can see the Orc Laborers just running. I mean, they just get completely bulldozed by Boar Boys. And Gorbad's back on the field. I just realized that he summoned Gorbad back out. I thought he resummoned Snagla, actually. Instead, he brings out the smartest war boss of all time. Just to get the leadership back to stable immediately. I was wondering why it didn't tick down the way it normally did. Great game, dude. Excellently managed by Emperor. That's how you beat artillery. Once he stopped going for those suicide dives, and the magma cannon, the death tree just had to provide value over the course of the game, you can see that it was, like, fine. It was decent value around all the way around. But those are the only units that really did much of anything. Like, everything else is pretty ineffectual. All these laborers are pretty crap. Didn't really get much value. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors got okay value. I think you really needed to get the Kadai out, and I think you also needed the other Infernal Guard on the field. I'd cut this Blunder. Blunderbusses are not good. Just get rid of them. They're way too short range. You have to go like a full line of blunderbusses to make them work. If you're just going for one or two gun units, Fireglaives always outclass them. Longer range, better damage, better consistent damage, I should say. The extra range just makes all the difference for actually being able to put pressure on units that come within your view distance. And they fire crazy fast. Fireglaives are the fastest firing gun unit in the entire game. It's every 9 seconds, I think, which is positively blistering compared to most. Like, Streltsy fire pretty slowly in comparison. Show them off, and it's every 13 seconds for these guys. Show off the Fireglaives every 9 seconds. They literally fire 33% faster than some of the other good gun units in the game. You're paying a premium for them, but they're worth every penny. You get another Fireglaive out on that field, and you use the Fireglaives to slow push down the points. And use the Chaos Dowie Warriors and Laborers to actually defend the artillery, and I think you have a better time there. I think leaving this Fireglaive got 2100 value, but they just sat at the edge of the map, not holding points the entire game, and I think that actually hurt the Chowie in the long run. Excuse me on the sniffing. Got, it's pollen season, so always stuffy around this time of year. We've got Bussiefer, we got Brandinator. Brandinator is not on Skaven like he normally is. Actually running a really interesting high elf build. I actually do kind of like this very cheap style with a couple of elite missiles mixed in. Against Warriors of Chaos, it can definitely be powerful, because Warriors of Chaos do have Chaos Warriors, but they often only run Forsaken as infantry, with Marauders supporting, and both those units can get absolutely lit up by Sisters of Avalorn. Not to mention Doom Knights are a little vulnerable to them also. They do have Silver Shields, which is nice, but it's the sheer firepower of the AP here. Relatively quick firing every 10 seconds. They're shooting. They can put some serious hurt down on those poor guys. Archmage of Light is on a chariot, on the Tyrannoch chariot too. Okay. Awful stats. Even with martial prowess, pretty hilarious. But you got net and banishment, so you can punish the elite infantry with banishment. You can net the expensive stuff, obviously, and then you just shoot it to death. So a very clean and clear build for the high elves. I don't know what Bussy is gonna do. Honestly, the Flying Goon Squad here is not going to be all that good. It's going to be up to Archeon to just Burning Head everything to death. Going to need to see a little bit of extra space between these units. Stagger them. Just make sure that Burning Head isn't going to hit like 50 units on accident or something. Right now, one good Burning Head right through the middle of this army could just completely ruin multiple of these Sisters, or the ship's company, or the Lotherns even. Like, any and all are very, very vulnerable here. Fat net of Ammontok. Every freaking one of these guys gets locked down. We do have the Sister of Avalorn follow-up here. Brutal, brutal damage onto the barrier, but that Burning Head right in the heart of this army. Honestly, High Elves got away with murder here with the rotation on that Burning Head. That could have killed 3 or 4 units here if it had hit them all squarely. Instead, it takes kind of a rotation out of them. And still gets probably close to 1,000 value. 600 is not bad at all for the cost of the Burning Head. The Doom Knights actually get away. They take only a little bit of HP damage. About 1,000 off of them. Which really isn't the end of the world. They'll get their barrier back in a moment. And the Soul of Damnation is able to get out on the field in that time. And it's going to absolutely farm up this High Elf army. So many tightly packed infantry units. Hell Cannons are really disgusting. They're so freaking strong. Very hard to deal with also. Although we get an Arcane Phoenix out, Chimera should actually go for the aerial duel against that. Just to make sure that the Soul of Damnation stays alive. So it needs to punish the Lotherns and the Sisters a little more. Archeon and some Hellstriders running down Illyrian Reavers. The High Elves did get a very early triple cap, so good little advantage right out the gate here. Feral Manticore coming in for the duel. Actually going cheap for the Arcane Phoenix counter, which honestly, I don't know about this. Arcane Phoenix should just easily smack down a Chaos Manticore. It should be a no contest kind of fight, to be honest. Like, maybe the Manticore sneaks a couple of lucky hits in here, but it shouldn't be too crazy. Marauder Horsemasters, though, they can ruin Arcane Phoenixes. You know, the Phoenixes have Fizz Res and Ward Save, and that's great, but these missiles hit pretty freaking hard, and they got a lot of ammo, and there's only 50 armor on the Phoenix. Could end up in a bit of a bad situation. Chimera is looking to keep us around here also. I'd have just kept the Soul of Damnation crew on here. There's no reason to decrew it when it was dropped. Phoenix almost finishing off the Manticore. Manticore got almost 400 value, though. Burning Head going right up with the pipe actually gets a lot of damage in. It's going to hit the Sisters as well. Do a little tickle to them. Actually kind of rotate in a way that gives them a little bit of extra damage on there. Silverhelm's also getting hit. My goodness. Burning Head touching everyone. Still not ruinous damage in any respect. And Doom Knights, yeah, and the Chimera is going to surround this Phoenix, man. You cannot go for these deep dives. Just does not work, dude. Keep that Arcane Phoenix closer in. Honestly, the best thing you could have done is just pushed all your Lothards forward to just shoot the actual cannon. Like, what's your opponent gonna do if you just have your ship's company, like 2 of them, just block this little lane off here? Get another 2 ships company, like here and here. Whoops. Lotherns in the gaps behind, and then Sisters on these green lines here. You can actually, like, reach out with your range at that point to shoot the Soul of Damnation. Then you don't have to use melee units to try and get in there. Your opponent's thin enough on numbers, they wouldn't really be able to punish that positioning because you have a superior battle line for all intents and purposes. Doom Knights are a little bit of a problem, but you can definitely use the nets to snare them down and punish if they try and dive your position with how many missiles you've got access to. You just need to keep Archeon from hitting a huge Burning Head, and you'd be in a really good game-winning position. Banishment going down. It's just not going to do anything to that crew, man. Elves are getting desperate here. They've thrown away an incredibly expensive monster that would have been a really good answer to the Forsaken and any blobbed up like Marauders and whatnot. Yeah, Yifer is just brutalizing the High Elves right now. No terror routes available for Archeon. He doesn't have his item that imbues it. I don't think he really needs it, to be honest, though. I mean, you can see that the High Elf position is really starting to get cracked open. Doom Knights go in on some Lotherns, break them up. I'm going to be able to run a lot of those guys down. Archie does get netted, and we are going to see some good punish. with the Sisters of Avalorn, but now the ship's company are potentially going to muck that up by moving into melee contact with them. But they don't. They're actually going to pull back. Very smart. And Forsaken and Marauder push going deep into the back line. Actually doing a pretty good job of sneaking through this little gap in the formation, too. A lot of casualties for the High Elves and some more brutal shots from the Soul. The Soul of Damnation. Almost 1,000 value, and it's been uncrewed for a lot of this, as it was trying to survive the dive attempts from the High Elves. It's taken 5, 6, 7, 8 models off at a time, slowly but surely whittling down this army. Model losses are really painful for the High Elves, especially. Because they've got lowish HP. They start losing a bunch of models. Their units start looking real flimsy on the points because they're losing a bunch of cap weight. They've already got a fairly elite roster in terms of price point, so it's just everything you could possibly want. It's good against cavalry, it's good against infantry, it's good against everything, pretty much. More burning heads going down. Oh man, another really unfortunate rotation. Just not quite carrying home the necessary damage, I would say. Probably just prioritize trying to get rid of the Sisters at this point, because they're holding firm for the High Elves as opposed to a lot of their other stuff. They've actually been able to hold the points. Just with their range pressure and damage so far. Pretty effectively, I mean, it's functionally forced the Chaos Army into a full press situation, and they're just leaving a few isolated units to try and grab these objectives. It's finally starting to pay off for the Warriors of Chaos, though. They've been slowly value trading this entire game, and the Doom Knights are looking very healthy and very dominant in the sky right now. Both of them have already paid themselves off. More Sisters of Avalorn coming out. Chimera with 1,200 value. What you do is get the Chimera up here and just breath attack right onto the end of that Sisters of Avalorn unit and get like 400 or 500 value from hitting them with the breath attack. Ithilmar Chariots suck. I don't know why anybody would ever bring them over a Lion Chariot. They just don't do good damage. They simply do not have the weapon strength to effectively kill anything. White Lion Chariots have like a ton of AP, way better HP, armor, resistances to missiles and whatnot. I think they're also faster than the Ithilmar Chariots as well. No, they're the same speed, but still, there's just so much to like about a Chimera with a beautiful breath attack. Steaming hot payload right onto the Sisters of Avalorn heads there. Now running down some Illyrian Reavers. Doom Knights hanging in here and continuing to farm value. 1,800 on those guys. Archie with 1,800 as well, doing a good job of holding the line. Triple cap, and that's going to be GG. High Elves are screwed. They just, they don't have the sauce here to hang in for the end of this game. They fumbled the bag by diving the Soul of Damnation the way they did, and that is oftentimes the case for newer players. Do not panic when you see Artie come out. Soul of Damnation is definitely one you have to kill, but like I said, you need to be a little bit more discerning about how you can do it. You don't have to YOLO your big monsters. Just slow push it down with all your bow units. You had so many archers. You get up here and hit this Chaos Tower crew, and they only have 30 armor. Barely have any HP. I mean, you get like a solid volley off with all your Lotherns. Hitting the Soul of Damnation crew, you probably killed them. Killed them in like 2 volleys as well. And then you can use the Arcane Phoenix a little safer, because your opponent's going to have to like engage onto your main army. At that point, the Phoenix can go in for the finish on the Soul before getting up and trying to deal with the Chimera and the Mana Core. Dropping Ember Storms on like Forsaken blobs and whatnot. Really well played though by Yiffer here. Good Chaos, Warriors of Chaos game. Archie was solid. Marauders were not amazing, but they got consistent value. And the Doom Knights are actually really damn impressive. Very well used Doom Knights. Honestly, a beautiful banishment on these Forsaken. First big spell we've seen from the elves this entire game outside of the early net. 1100 on this Archmage of Light. She ain't bad at all, but now she's getting found out by Archie. Just popped a Slayer of Kings, and Archmages, they ain't no kings, so how are you gonna hope to hold up against this? Few javelins flying in, horsemen out on the field doing their thing. They just are always so disruptive. Hellstriders at 1300 value, who would have seen that coming? Hellstriders? Broken? Impossible. Impossible, guys. Nobody looked behind the curtain at what's going on with that unit. By all rights, Hellstriders should be kind of trash, but their kit is just so ridiculous. Like, the ITP causes fear, like, ward save from Soul Hunters, and then, like, Fizz Res at base. It's not, like, a million different things. Or, sorry, it's not one big thing that makes them broken. It's literally everything that they get. Strider on top of all that. To this day, I will never understand the balance, decision-making behind Slaanesh as a faction. Like, they are just way too freaking strong with way too much access to, variety. Like, Slaanesh should be a very one-note faction. They should be a lot like Ogre Kingdoms, in my opinion, where they do, like, a couple of things incredibly well, and they're really kind of shit at a lot of other stuff. And they just skew really heavily into their strengths. But right now, in the current meta, like, the reason Slaanesh is banned, or their units are restricted so hard right now, is because if you don't do those things, then Slaanesh just runs, like, the same basic armies, and just sweeps everybody with them. Because they barely have to diversify their builds. Part of the reason is Slaanesh just has Hellstriders, obviously, but then also Slaanesh Forsaken are really disgusting and do just a gigajillion damage as they make contact with Devastating Flanker. You got Pleasure Seekers and a bunch of other nonsense. Scary stuff, man. Just Hellstriders alone make Warriors of Chaos an infinitely better faction. That's why you see them every freaking game from WoC players, just about. Warriors of Chaos are rare because they're a really tough faction. They're super micro-intensive. They have, honestly, very overpriced infantry, so they're not really very easy to helm. They rely on trolls a lot for mass, who are very low leadership, and can fold up and just end up getting you killed by running away at, like, a really inopportune moment. Yeah, and another thing is, exactly what Skull Taker is saying. Excuse me. Forced to use Forsaken and Horsemen and Hellstriders. Literally everything except what it says in the box. The only out-of-the-box units you're using for Warriors of Chaos is Archeon or Sartorial. Like, the only big Chaos Warrior-specific things that you use really is just the Lords right now for them. The Chaos Warriors are just super mediocre, man. I think they could afford to just give, like, free infantry marks to Warriors of Chaos. Slaanesh is banned. A lot of the time they are. Like, people either ban them or restrict, like, half the roster to, like, a couple of units, so it's really annoying. Like, you gotta ban the Mask, you've got to limit Forsaken, limit Pleasure Seekers, because if you get 2 Pleasure Seekers in the same zip code, they run the lobby in a really unfun way, because they just... Pleasure Seekers, dude. Let's not even talk about it. I don't want to talk about Slaanesh anymore. I'm very happy to never, ever cover a game by them ever again. They just irritate the hell out of me. They're just a poorly designed faction. They're poorly designed not because they're strong, but because they have too much going on. No faction should have gotten all of the different mark benefits that Slaanesh did. Slaanesh also has some of the most disgusting magic in the entire game. It's another reason why they're banned. Like, the lore of Slaanesh is pretty damn good. It's got like a little mini wah effect if you just like spell spam with it. Then obviously it's got like Pavane with rampages and snares, the Phantasmagoria. And if they run Shadows magic, that's also one of the best lores in the game. And the passive synergizes like crazy with Slaanesh mobility. So, I mean, you know, take it or leave it. Slaanesh is broken. I personally would like to leave it. I never, ever, ever want to see Slaanesh again until CA like massively reworks the faction. It's been like this from day freaking one with them, too. Slaanesh is either broken or they're just complete dog shit. And that's just not good for the game's balance. Like, the only faction that's like that, too. Like, Norska's great. Norska has a lot of really strong stuff. They skew very heavily, though, into, like, a specific play style, which is, you know, rush. You know, they don't really do sit and wait very well. I've got, like, really fun monsters, and they can really mix and match with all of that, and play around their faction's identity in really unique ways. But they're not broken. Like, there's clear counterplay to Norska. Norska is a very hard time. Honestly, against factions like this, Grim Cathay actually has really good magic to punish, like Marauder Champs and Bearmen. They've got some really good lords who have some great items that can either sweep infantry, like this Celestial Sweep ability. They can buff stuff up with Lord of Grand Cathay. And they've got some really solid units with, like, halberds, Jade Warrior halberds. Basic Jade Warriors actually beat up on Bearmen pretty good. And they can hold off Marauders as long as they have Harmony. Need to make sure that these guys are close enough to provide the Harmony, and you'll be all good here. Jetline, I'm not so sure about. I don't know why you're ever bringing a Jetline. It's just not a very strong unit. Jade Lancers actually rip up Norscan Ice Wolves. This is going to be a really quick win for the Jade Lancers. All you need to do to support this is if the Norscan Ice Wolves try to get on the rear of this fight, you get a Peasant Horseman out to like rear charge and pin the Ice Wolves in. Otherwise, the Lancers can sit here and just slowly outvalue the Wolves, because the armor disparity is crazy here, right? The Jade Lancers, they'll be able to poke against the Norscan Ice Wolves a lot better than the other way around for the duration of that engagement. Jade Warrior Halberds can fight off one Famir, but double Famir Warrior, including the Miststalkers, who are an ROR unit, probably not going to go very well. I don't see them holding for too long here. I've actually got the Celestial General being hard focused by Wolfram. Wolfram actually pops the Sword of Torgald here, which is honestly kind of bizarre. I mean, it's not a great item, to be quite honest, but maybe you just brought it because you're not, your Cathay opponent is not really going to be expecting something like that. It's kind of paid off so far. Burning Head is mediocre at best. I mean, the Ironclaw Warriors get chewed up a little bit, but they're farming a little bit of value right now. I do love me some Ironclaw Warriors. They're a really cool unit. I thought there were two on the field. Hold on, I need to slow this down for a second. There's a lot going on, by the way. Jade Warriors, one of them is running off the point, getting out of here. Halberds here are starting to whittle down the Miststalkers and the Famir. They're really deep in. They don't have any infantry buffering and support. Wow, the Jet Lion actually smacks the living hell out of the Manticore. Okay, cool. Jade Warrior Halberds are providing harmony out to the Jade Warriors behind them, and the Beasts of Tashdar are kind of committed into a rough fight. Really not going to do a lot of damage here, actually. Dude, oh my goodness. Ooh, and a beautiful beautiful little wind blast there. Ruining the charge bonus and the speed, or sorry, ruining, not the charge bonus, but the charge speed, acceleration, and speed on all these Marauders, and got a good little chunk of damage in there. Astromancer, a fun guy. Jet Lion's going to come over and beat the snot out of the Spheral Manticore, and then you'll have a lot of crossbows getting into action, who can just shoot all the Marauders to death, and then you just use your Ironclaw Warriors to get rid of these Famir, and it's going to be GG. Ironclaw Warriors should even be able to rip and tear into the Marauders pretty decently here. Especially with the presence of some Jade Warrior Halberds. It's a little too much for the anti-large, or for the anti-infantry Famir here. And then the Marauders are going to be spreading their damage pretty poorly across all these units. Burning Head will do some decent damage here. It's definitely going to poke through those Jade Warriors and the Ironclaw Halberd's armor pretty okay. When a Sea Fang goes down. A lot of damage coming in here. Ooh, and a Tear Route. Ooh, Tear Route on the Ironclaw Warriors. Devastating. Huge moment for Norsca to potentially get back in this one. But a brilliant Chain Lightning ruins one of the Marauder Spearmen. Does some big damage to that Bearman as well. And another beautiful Wind Blast. Magic coming in clutch for Cathay right now. They have a big value lead. Partially because they're winning this backfield fight so freaking hard. This Jade Lancer has been annihilating the Norscan Ice Wolves on the flank here. Fresh Ironclaw Warrior on the way in too. One of them got taken down very fortuitously for the Norskins. But the rest are going to be a little hard to manage. Need the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, the Marauder Horsemen here to put in a lot of work. Jade Lancer's running down the Marauder Horsemen right now, though. Getting some good damage in on those guys. Grace of Kuai Yin on the way in. Norsca could get a triple cap. You know, Norsca's got a lot of meat on the field, but they don't have a lot of supplies, and they're down in value pretty badly. Ooh, and they're not finishing the Celestial General. Celestial General's on foot, by the way. Always put Celestial General on horseback or on his Celestial Lion. Never have him walking around. This is just too easy to punish. He needs to be on horseback so he can decide if he wants to get away from Wulfric on the rare occasion that Wulfric does not snare him. Chain Lightning over here whiffing. Very unfortunate, but a good Wind Blast. It's going to knock some of these Bearmen down, get them pretty close to breaking for one of them. Jet Lions running back some Marauder Spearmen, shatters the Beast of Tashnar. Halberds looking for opportunities to do stuff. Ironclaw Warriors ripping and tearing through this dive. Alright, like a bunch of Warhounds, some Throwing Axes, and the Shaman Sorcerer in on these guys, and getting absolutely torn up for their efforts. Wow, Ironclaw Warriors with 1,500 value. Huge, huge work by them. Actually loving the Tiger Warrior summons here. This is the first Cathay game where I've seen people bringing them. Meat did not bring any Tiger Warriors last tournament. Seeing them here, wow, they are inspired. Holy mess. That's great value out of them. I mean, 1,700 already, and they've got half their HP left to go, man. Good for them. Grace of Kuai Yin is out on the field. Tiger Warriors don't provide harmony, which is like the one bad thing about them, but honestly, given the battlefield situation, I wouldn't really say harmony is all that necessary. You've got enough Tiger Warriors out on the field who are self-sufficient that you're going to be able to make yourself some space and regain some of these objectives. You can build up some Jade Warriors and Jade Lancers and stuff on the field and just kind of position them cheekily between your remaining crossbows. You've just got a good surfeit of range damage as Cathay in the later stages here that I think they're going to be able to just like grind down the points. It's what Cathay does so well. They just get on objectives, and if they've got the range tools to kind of shoot you and hammer you on the way in, then you just don't have the sauce to get through the Jade Warriors. You just kind of fall kind of fall by the wayside eventually against Cathay when they're in a position like this. We'll see if they need the triple cap. I think they're fine. They got to 500 before their opponent got to 1,000, so they should be able to win from here. It'll be a little bit close, but really not that bad. Celestial General should count as lucky stars. He's alive and just, like, go hide in the corner. That way, if something comes over and his leadership breaks, he runs off the field instead of dying out in the open field. Because him dying right now could be one of the few ways that Norsca gets back in this reliably. Norsca's not out of it. They're just in a really tough spot. Got to find a way to get rid of all these Jade Warrior crossbows, and then they've got to figure out a way to work around the Tiger Warriors as best they can. I don't really like the dual weapon Tiger Warriors. I think you just run the Iron Claws and call it a day. I mean, like, 2 of those guys, like 3,000 gold. If I'm not mistaken, they're really expensive. Really strong, though, as you can see. I mean, an incredibly self-sufficient unit, which is exactly what Cathay has been lacking, is something exactly like a Tiger Claw Warrior, where it's like an elite unit that can double up on anti-infantry duty with a little bit of support, but then also just absolutely crush large monsters. Because, otherwise, it's really just shooting for Cathay. That's why Cathay in the past has been so bad, is if they lose their missiles, they don't have answers to SEs and monstrous infantry. They just get outpositioned. But Ironclaw Warriors, with their decent speed, and then obviously the good leadership, solid enough armor, charge bonus, with devastating flanker available to them with ferocious ambush, they can definitely get some work done by rushing around and just beating up on, like, Norscan Ice Trolls, holding flanks against other heavy cav factions. That's another big thing that they do well against. Like High Elves, for example, with their, like, Silver Helms and Fireborn. Ironclaw Warriors, just a couple really well-positioned ones, could absolutely ruin those units. Skinwolves don't want to mess with these Tiger Claws. See, Norsca is just completely paralyzed in terms of trying to engage. They don't have an easy way to get into the back line and punish the crossbows that are on the field. And they don't have an easy way to get after the Tiger Warriors either, because they don't have enough infantry. They don't have enough monstrous units. They don't have any magic, because the Jet Lion just murked the Shaman Sorcerer over here. Beautifully micro Jet Lion. I am eating my words. I said, why would you ever bring a Jet Lion? They kind of suck. Well, guess what? It's got 1,300 value. It's paid for itself. It's silenced and pummeled characters pretty nicely. Got rid of a couple. Got rid of a Feral Manticore. The other Feral Manticore, I believe, has just gone down. Oh, we got rampaged to the ground by the. Oh my god. Excuse me. Grace of Kuai Yin rampaged it onto the ground, and then the Tiger Claw Warriors tripped it into oblivion. I mean, they literally got on it for a solid, like, 10 seconds, probably. And, murdered it to death. Poor little Mancy. I wouldn't be bringing many flying units against Cathay, to be honest. Chimeras, maybe. I would honestly just go for a troll rush, like some Norscan Ice Trolls with the Miststalkers. Not Bearmen, but Marauder Champions. And then I think you've got something going on there. I did like the Burning Heads for Norsca as well. I can't help but wonder if maybe Searing Doom couldn't have been a little bit more effective. And I wonder how an Etten would do against Cathay right now. Ettins are really durable, and Cathay actually really hates single entities that are big, meaty, and have a ton of mass. Because stuff like that can really beat up on Jade Lancers. And then also terror out halberds and sword and board warriors. And it would really be up to Tiger Warriors at that point to kind of hold the line. But even these guys don't have, like, ITP or anything. And an Etna is actually about the same speed as the Tiger Claw Warriors. Or is the, yeah, the Iron Claws. I guess I should really say. Righteous Lance is on the way in. Celestial General's probably going to die. I mean, he gets hit by the Hunter of Champions. Down at 23 HP, down he goes. Doesn't really matter too much, though. Cathay's hold on the objectives is just rock solid. I mean, Norska hard commits onto a point. They had to pick one. They couldn't pull Cathay's attention around the field enough. Not threatening enough angles, so Cathay just rallies up with all their rock solid units. And just face checks the Norscan advance and just completely overwhelms them. Too many Tiger Warriors out here. Too many Iron Claws, specifically. Just use the Iron Claws, guys. The dual axes really are, honestly, kind of a shit unit. They do not do damage. The Stalkers are mediocre. It's the uptrade potential of the Iron Claws that makes them so valuable. They're the only one of the variants that I think are viable in multiplayer currently. You can probably do some cheesy strats with the Stalkers. Go like a really aggressive Stalker opening and like wreck some elite infantry you think your opponent might bring in. Other than that, though, I would just not worry about it. And just go for the slightly more well-rounded of the bunch. Jet Lions continuing to fight, and Cathay officially takes over the lead on the objectives. Stupidly disciplined play by me. Like, this is exactly what you do with a faction like Grand Cathay. You just hold your double caps, and then you just slow push your opponent down in the endgame and just BM them. It's kind of what's going on there. Norscan Ice Troll is getting destroyed by the Grace of Quiet. The magic damage and the flaming attacks coming in super clutch. I haven't really seen any Mark of Yins. I haven't been paying enough attention to really notice, to be fair. Not that they've really been needed. These guys with their magic and flaming attacks are just a nightmare for Norscan large units. Like, Famir are relatively okay because they have a lot of missile res, but Skinwolves and Norscan Ice Trolls both have regen, and Skinwolves get messed up even harder because they also have Fizz res, and magic damage just goes right through physical resistance, so they get destroyed by stuff like this. Grace of Quiet's a great unit to have in here. Burning Head going down on Jade Lancers. Never going to do damage to Jade Lancers. Do not use Burning Head on Jade Lancers. Very bad. Very bad. No, no, no. I know you don't have any other spells, but sometimes you just have to use it on what it is good against, which is infantry and infantry only here. Like, Jade Warriors are like a borderline use case of Burning Head. Whoops. I did not mean to hit end turn there. I was just trying to click on that unit that got hit by the Wind Blast. Whatever, that's fine, that's fine. There really wasn't anything notable on the Norscan side of business here. They just didn't trade well. All their units were just ruined by this Cathay army. Wolfric did okay. He got 2,600 value, dropped boats, he beat up on the Celestial General, did his thing. Honestly, the Cathay crossbows were not really nearly as ruinous as I thought they might be against Norsca here. Jade Warriors held nicely. Surely the Jet Lion, a couple of really nice Chain Lightnings, great Jade Lancer play. Look at the value on the two Jade Lancers. Beautiful stuff. Cut the two Tiger Warriors here. Love the Grace of Quiet. Righteous Lances, actually, I do enjoy here. I think they're a good call because Norsca does have a lot of flying circus type of shenanigans. Righteous Lances can punish a lot of that. Get rid of the Nangao Grenades. Get rid of the Tiger Warriors here. Keep the two Iron Claws. And with the money that you save from the Tiger Warriors, what can you get? Let's actually go to the drawing board because I can't remember exactly how much they cost. They're what? 800 gold. Yeah, not worth it, man. 1,200 is a premium to pay. Just get the Iron Claws. like, you saw how strong they were that last game. For the 2 Tiger Warriors, what I would do is I would get one more Jade Lancer, and I would find a way to get the Empress's Crowman on the field. Jade Lancers are good against Norska, but Crowman, with their magic attacks, and then the Nangao grenades and solid damage output, ruin a lot of Norscan units. Really good at just flying over Bearman blobs and dropping the grenades, and then you land on some Skinwolves and just rip and tear into those guys. You can find 200 gold to save somewhere. Now, you already saved 100 by getting rid of the Tiger Warrior. You could maybe even do just that. Go for the Empress's Crowman, and maybe do like a Peasant Horseman or something. Grace of Quyen is here. Had the oh yeah, the Nangao grenades get cut. That's right. So yeah, you go for Triple Horseman. Those guys, boom, boom, boom. We got 300 gold to work with. Righteous Lances are premium here. You already got anti-large stuff. Maybe for the build that we just saw, Righteous Lances are a little bit superfluous. I think some Onyx Crowman just to provide some pressure. And then a Horseman and another Jade Lancer. Horseman just for cap weight if you need it. Lancers for their obvious armor and being able to run down wolves and Beasts of Tashanar and a bunch of other stuff. Punish Bearman on the charge too. I think I prefer this for the reinforcement pool. Personally, just for the build that we just saw. I think you benefit from having more cavalry out on the field than not. Especially into the later stages of the game. How does it... What, Bashiva. Let me actually look at her for a second. You know, I haven't seen anybody use Bashiva. Except for one game, and she was very mediocre. If you want to use her, you really got to get value out of the teleport. Because it does a lot of damage. It's actually really strong. It's got good range for the engagement. You pop Heaven's Gate, you beat up on whatever infantry you're teleporting into. If your opponent tries to punish, you just pop blades and just start messing up whatever is trying to come into contact with her. Use Hidden Huntress as well, and then, I don't know, you can, like, cut this. You don't really need the White Tiger ability. I've actually found Tiger Warrior Sawai's to be pretty good, at least in campaign. These guys are really good with the anti-large bonus. You know, they're like an elite Iron Claw. They can do some good work. The problem with the Lord Tigers, it's kind of hard to fit them into the rest of the Cathay armies. They don't really fit cleanly. The only one that would fit well, I think, would be the Claw Speakers. If Claw Speakers were heroes, they would be amazing. But they're not, so they're a little bit tough to fit in. They've got some really good lores, though. Lore of Life, Beasts, and Shadows. Covers a lot of bases that weren't there for Cathay before. Before, it was the Shugengan Lord, Yin and Yang lores, Alchemist for Metal, and Astromancer for Heavens. Adding the Claw Speakers in has included 3 of the strongest lores in the entire game, right into the Cathay toolkit, so... This is honestly a great DLC for Cathay. I'm surprised more people are not playing them, but I think that might have more to do with the fact that they're just a really tough faction to play. Kind of micro-intensive. Positioning is very restricted on them. I still think they need to rework Harmony. But at the very least, now that they have a couple self-sufficient units that they can just roll around in the field without obsessing over Harmony effects, I think they've got a little bit of some juice to work with that they were sorely lacking. We are going to need time to see if they're, like, broken in multiplayer. This is a pretty uncommon faction. I think they've got some really good tech that they can pull off now. I think they can actually do rush builds with the Tiger Warriors. I think Cathay Rush might end up being an unexplored kind of Madhouse style, even. Skip that one. Let's see what we got games-wise. I do want to cover our, Khorne player here. It's Galju. Galju is, swapping over to Khorne. Has Galju seen the light? Maybe. I love Khorne. And Khorne Ogre Kingdoms is a really fun matchup. It's a little map dependent for who is going to regularly be winning this matchup. I think Ogres have a slight natural advantage early game, but if Khorne can build up and will down some of the missiles that the Ogre Kingdoms have, then I think Khorne very quickly starts to outpace them. His Khorne units are just better overall. Like, Noblars just get absolutely shit-canned by Marauders and the like, and then once you get a decent number of Halberds in the field, and stuff like the Maneater Great Weapons can't just, like, run down your characters. Like dual weapon bowls and, you know, characters like Bragg and whatnot, they just get destroyed by these guys. They get stuck in the halberds and they just melt. And then you get some Furies, and Furies can just, like, threaten the Lead Belchers and blah blah blah. There's so many things you can do to play this matchup. It just is a little tough because Ogre Kingdoms can run a bunch of really fun builds that honestly wouldn't work against many other factions, but do against Khorne. Like, Greasus is not even a bad choice. He's got crazy buffs, so you can't engage onto him. Everywhere that Greasus goes, you're going to have to maneuver around him. And if you're trying to maneuver around him and stuff like Lead Belchers are poking you the entire time, it's going to be painful, because these things put out a lot of damage, man, let me tell you. I will say one thing that I think personally is lacking here for Khorne is Double Cultist. I think Double Cultist on foot or on horseback is absolutely impossible for the Ogre Kingdoms to deal with. Cultists love killing Lead Belchers. They're really good at it. Lead Belchers, Cultists also have really good damage output against the characters, because a lot of them are pretty low armor. Ogre Kingdoms do not have a lot of armor, and Cultists, with their good melee attack, can actually beat down on somebody like Bragg even in a 2v1. You would be surprised. You would be surprised. There's lots of games on my channel where you can even see this in action. Lead Belchers lose a couple of models to the Skull Cannons. It's actually a pretty decent use of their time right now. If you can kill a few more models on these Lead Belchers, then you can pretty safely engage here. Eshin Maneater trying to be sneaky, and he comes out of Vanguard deploy, immediately goes into stealth, and he's just going to be chilling here, getting duplicitous with it. Marauders getting hit by some Lead Belcher fire, but they just pull back. It's actually definitely the right call. Lead Belchers are taking a lot of model casualties now. Skull Cannon's doing a good job of wearing these guys out. And another thing about Skull Cannons, they're not great against Ogre Bulls, but they don't take a lot of damage from dual weapon bulls, at the very least. I mean, anti-infantry, right? Like, these guys have 18 melee attack, but they do heal in combat and get ammo back. It's actually not a bad fight to engage with them against Ogre Bulls, because the damage output with all the weapon strength on Skull Cannons ain't bad. You know, they've got 325, with a lot of that being AP. Herald is just chilling. He's on a Juggernaut. He's got Tormentor Sword and Locus of Wrath. It's not really a great opportunity to use that right now. Throwing Axes Do eat a charge from the Maneater Great Weapons and take a few casualties, but not going too poorly. Beautiful rampage from our boy Greases. Everyone has their price, and everyone is having a bad time right here. Lot of casualties going down for Khorne, but Gnoblar's on the verge of breaking would leave Ogre Bulls and Greases at the mercy of Chaos Warrior Halberds. And look at the Halberds already tearing up the Ogre Bulls. That's with buffs from Greases, by the way. The problem here is that Greases has overextended himself way too far into the backline of Khorne. And doesn't have enough support. Like, it's just Gnoblars at this point. Like, that's not gonna work, man. Like, it's not the worst thing to have Greases aggressively approach your opponent's, like, spawn point. But he's gotta have, like, a rock-solid blob around him. Oh, Khorne Lord gets sniped, though. Painful. Leadership's gonna become a big problem for Khorne. And if stuff starts to tear out or just break before they get their abilities off, it's going to be a nightmare. Man-Eaters fighting against the Khorngors. Khorngors' leadership getting real low right now. Barely hanging on. Damaged by artillery, frightened. Exposed flank, losing currently. A lot of leadership problems, but they get below half, they get the Unbreakable, and now they're going to rip up this Maneater Great Weapon. Maneater Great Weapon might even die there. You can see Greases and Bragg are deep in the spawn point now. Not even doing poorly. They're like beating up with some Minotaurs pretty nicely right now, actually. The Minotaurs are keeping pace, getting some really good damage, and throwing axes from the flank just to poke Greases down, really awesome. Chaos Warhound should chase all these Gnoblars off. More Warhounds over here. Khorngors going up, and Khorngors did die. Their Fury wore off pretty early. Maneater Great Weapons doing alright. Actually attacking the Skull Cannons right now and doing some good damage. Khorngors on the other side of the field, though, all over the #1 objective. Stonehorn is in. It comes in a little late, though. Stonehorn needed to come in sooner, I think. And honestly, it would have been really nice to have before taking this Greases engagement, because it could have been distracting a lot more stuff over here. At the very least, the throwing axes probably would have had to reposition, because Khorngors don't do super hot against this Stonehorn. If the Stonehorn is, like, trampling around and, like, rear-charging the Khorngors, it's kind of ugly, honestly. Shooting the Ashen Maneater with the Skull Cannons. These things are really good against single entities, guys. Sneakily underrated, in my experience. They can miss horrifically. They're pretty long range and not super-duper accurate, but it's not been terrible so far. Minotaurs! Yeah, killing old Greases back there, and look, Bragg either got unsummoned or, I think what's more likely to have happened, he got just absolutely walloped by the halberds and all these throwing axes, which do have pretty good value, so that's probably what occurred. Skull Cannons are just taking models off of the Ogre Bulls one at a time here. There used to be a day and time where Skull Cannon shots penetrated through every single entity with no problems. They were stupidly effective against cavalry back in the day, but ever since they got the Vortex adjustment, they're a lot less good against multi-model units like Ogre Bulls and whatnot. They're obviously still okay for putting pressure on Lead Belchers. But I do think they're a little bit on the weaker end for a matchup against the Ogres. If they worked the way they used to, I would say go for it. They would actually be pretty insane. College is just playing so carefully and patiently, and Shrimp does not have anything in the field, hardly. This is one of the things that I mentioned, you know, with like Khorne, if they're already a really solid, well-balanced faction. If you're on top of your micro and making good, like, positioning decisions, this is one of the best factions in the entire game, just for the X's and O's of it all. It's really only in the upper levels of play where people are, like, really maximizing the value out of, like, nets and slows and can outposition you in kind that Khorne really drops off. They're a really great beginner faction because they give you a great baseline for the hammer and anvil tactics that have been the bread and butter of Total War since its inception. Khorne is like how to learn basic operational execution. The faction. Ogre Bolt dual weapons are right by the Lead Belchers. The Furies don't want to dive the Lead Belchers right now. What you actually do is summon out a Flesh Hound. What you do is use the Flesh Hound to attack the Lead Belchers. And you just have the Furies, like, hover there, because the dual weapon bulls have to go and attack the Flesh Hounds. And the Lead Belchers, they pull back, and then the Furies dive the Lead Belchers and pin everything in place. Although you don't really have to do that right now, because you got some Minos just, like, bum rushing down some Ogre Bulls, ruining them, Noblars just fleeing in droves. Absolutely atrocious leadership on them without Greasus around. Already at 45 base. Look at all these little guys running, dude. Oof. Yeah, good patience with the Furies. Just waited until the Ogre Bulls push forward for a second, and now you just jump back up in the air. Beautiful stuff from Galju. Just completely outclassing Chimp Shrimp in terms of the positioning game. Lead Belchers did okay. Everything else is pretty bad. I don't think you want the Eshin Maneater in this matchup. I don't think you even want another Maneater Great Weapon. I actually think you want to go a little bit wider. I think one Maneater Great Weapon is plenty, especially if you're bringing 2 Mournfang Cavalry. Do not need more than that. Iron Guts are never good. I'd cut the Iron Guts and get another Lead Belcher. Or I would just go for some kind of a heal blob. Get Troll Guts and go with some Maneater Pistols. Try and play that way into Khorne. Maneater Pistols can put down some pretty good damage. Did really like the Skull Cannons here. They didn't break the bank in terms of value added. They were reasonably solid, though. They did have Flesh Hounds. A lot of Khorne Gores. Router Horsemen. I actually kind of like this. Just going for a little bit more of a wide carpet type of Khorne style. Not over-investing into Minotaurs. Minotaurs are a great unit, but do need a decent amount of support to really thrive, so... Filling out with the infantry to, like, cover all the gaps was the right decision there. Skaven versus Greenskins. Lizardmen, Khorne Lizardmen. What have we not covered? Don't have a tremendous number of people playing today. Small-ish tournament. See what we can do. Is Herald a good pick against Ogres? Herald's okay. There's not really a good Lord for Ogres, to be honest. Let me pause and catch up on chat for a second, because I've been rapid firing a little bit. I'm getting a little behind on answering questions. I like to be a little bit more directly helpful, especially when people are asking. Let me get into this one and I'll pause and we can discuss for a minute. Against Ogres, honestly, your best Lord It's probably still Skull Taker. Valkia's pretty decent. She just goes Demon Shield, though. Her, Sleipnir is not really useful against, like, Noblars. It doesn't do any damage to, like, bulls or anything. Arball's okay. He gets caught pretty badly at times. Valkia is a little bit better than Arball, because she's also similarly low mass, but she's at least anti-large. And she can be pretty self-sufficient for the most part. Yeah, I mean, the three of them, like, I would pick Valkia and Skulltaker over Arball. The Khorne Herald can do well against the Ogre Kingdoms. He's fairly cheap, which is the nice thing. He's got some good buffs, and he's got a snare and the Tormentor's Sword. But the Heralds don't have a lot of HP. If they get caught, they can get killed real fast. Valkia feels boring versus Ogres. Trust me, there's nothing boring about using Valkia against Ogres, dude. If Valkia gets caught on the ground against an Iron Gut or like a Man-Eater, Great Weapon even, she will get the absolute snot kicked out of her. Valkia is there to harass butchers and slaughtermasters, like the characters of the Ogre Kingdoms, and put pressure on lead belchers. If she gets caught by Golg's Man-Eaters or something, she's dead. She's actually really micro-intensive. She does really good damage, though. The boring choice would be Skulltaker, because Skulltaker is always the best lord. There's never a time that Skulltaker is not the best option. Almost guaranteed. Like, people are game planning for Skulltaker really hard, though. And Khorne, because they don't have magic, has ways to, like, work around Skulltaker. Skulltaker on any other roster would be completely unbalanced and broken to a level that would be totally unacceptable. He's balanced because Khorne is balanced. Just don't bring the spear ability. Just take Demon Shield, man. Demon Shield, and you just poke at lead belchers and just annoy people. I like the Cultist against Ogres. I actually think the Blood Reaper on his motorcycle with Bloody Shackle could be really good against Ogres. Looking at some word on Cathay. Yeah, it would be nice if they reworked Harmony so you don't have to position everything so close together. I get the idea that they were going for, but I actually think Harmony would work better if it were just a map-wide check where do you have the same number of yin and yang units on the field, then you got max Harmony. Congratulations. Go crazy, go nuts. Otherwise, you just get slightly lessened effects. Like, if you have more yang units, then the yin units are perhaps getting a substantially weakened benefit from Harmony, while the yang units are suffering a little bit less problems with the Harmony. I think there's more interesting ways that they could do it than how they have it implemented currently. Liked Cultists versus Ogres, not confident doing it and losing them. That's fair. That's fair. You'd be surprised. Like, the Cultists seem like something the Ogres can beat up easily, but trust me when I say that you just put Icon of Endless War and bring their Bloodletter Summon, and both of those items get insane value against the Ogre Kingdoms, because Cultists with Perfect Vigor are gross. They hit so hard. They're just the most annoying little ankle biter characters imaginable. And they don't have to be on horseback. They can actually be on foot with Icon and do just fine. We're going to get into our Count versus Skaven game. Skaven get absolutely face-rolled by Counts for obvious reasons. There's fear on literally the entire roster. Skaven have absolutely no way to mitigate that leadership effect, so they're just at a perpetual -8. And they have bad leadership to begin with, so this is probably going to be a steamroll. The only thing that might help the Skaven is that Vlad is here instead of just like a Hellsteed Necromancer. So the reason you go Hellsteed Necromancer is you can just zombie summon onto the Jezzails and the weapon teams. And you can just, you can get triple zombie summon out with Master Necromancer. Because you use your, you get a bound zombie summon, you drop that on one unit. You fly over and then summon a zombie with Raise Dead. Drop it on another weapon team. Then he's got a little scroll that lowers cooldowns to 0, basically. You pop that, and then you can summon another zombie, and then you just use that on, like, either another weapon team or God knows what, just to harass your opponent into absolute misery. Vlad is a fairly static character, so the weapon teams might actually have time to farm up some of the Graveguard. You can see that first volley from our Avalanche Mortars basically one-shot the Graveguard. Now they swap over to some Skeleton Warriors, though. I don't really agree with that. I just get rid of the Graveguard. You don't want the Graveguard to like trundle into combat and then go unnoticed and get a bunch of heals and just grind through your stuff. Nighttime needs some Fellbats in here. Fellbats would be so clutch right now. This is like a classic newish player on the Vampire Counts. It's not really positioning the corpse carts carefully enough, and then is going in a little too early. Like, you can very easily grab the #1 objective over here and ignore the middle for a moment while you just stay out of range. Build up, get some Fellbats, Direwolves, and a couple more Cryptors out, and then you can push forward with all your zombies and skeletons and keep the Graveguard in reserve. And then you can swarm this backline a lot better. I don't know what the hell that Wind of Death was. That had to have been a misclick. Skeleton Spear is getting absolutely dismantled. None of this... It's very possible none of this even matters, though. Because the counts are just that suffocating. You got Blood Knights coming in, Dire Pack on the way in. They could just punch right through the Clan Rats and then get the Avalanche Mortars. If they kill the Avalanche Mortars, they very much can win this game. You just gotta stop these things. They're just blasting everything into oblivion, and Vlad is just not gonna do a damn thing. Vlad is the shittiest lord that you can possibly bring on the counts. He sucks. He is so bad. He is so slow. Counts lords need to be able to put in good value. They have to be able to summon zombies on high-value targets. They have to be able to get invos off on proper units. They need to be able to summon... I already mentioned the zombies. They just need to be able to do more than what Vlad can do. Vlad is just too slow. He does not get on top of the things he needs to quickly enough. And here's what I was talking about. It might not even matter. These Blood Knights are going to pile onto the Avalanche Mortars, kill this unit, and then maybe be able to run down Natty Boobos. And then the Counts, even though they took a ridiculously murderous amount of damage on the way in, might just be able to win because the Skaven are running away from every fight now. All the Clan Rats are fleeing. Vulcan Tail Slashers over here on the run. Rat Ogres are trying to hold. The White Kings are causing problems, though. They've got some Scab Scraths. Just use the Scab Scraths right over here right now. See, the Avalanche Mortars are actually getting bailed out a little bit. Got a little bit of a safe pocket, and some Ashen Triads come in. Get right on the back of the Blood Knights here. Blood Knights are a great unit, but man, oh man, do you have to be careful. You cannot let an Eshin Triad do this to you. That sucks. Blood Knights do break the Avalanche Mortars, though. Avalanche Mortars could get run down by some Bats or Dire Wolves. The Tithe is locking down the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters right now. Got Night Runners on the way in. A lot of zombies and skeletons just running off into the middle distance. Not great for the undead. Blood Knights rally. They need to get rid of the Avalanche Mortars. Even though there's not that many models left, still a super annoying unit. Cryptar is going to go down over here to Triads and Spears. Poisoned Globes are on the field. Poisoned Globes sneaking in under the radar. I didn't even notice it. Actually has some good value and a lot of model kills. Ooh, Cairn Wraiths. Please get a volley off on the Cairn Wraiths with the Globadiers. God, it would be so funny. I'm once again asking. That's all I want. All I want is one good volley onto the Cairn Wraiths and the Poison Globes, because I'm pretty sure they'll instantly melt them. Good punish on this blob of garbage back here. I think Wally might be able to win this one. Yeah, I think Nighttime's engaged was just not good. You cannot waddle into the Skaven like that as the undead. You have got to put some pressure on the weapon teams earlier than that. You gotta get Fellbats out. There's no reason to not include Fellbats against the Skaven. Fellbats alone kill weapon teams, because the weapon teams are genuinely that flimsy. A 375 gold unit, just being spammed out and thrown at will against the Jezzails is your best and earliest defense. And then if you get like a decent engagement that way, that's when you can throw out a zombie summon to continue the lockdown. And you just gotta chase down weapon teams that are routing. There's no reason that the Avalanche Mortars should be on your side of the field shooting you. Like, this is just something that should never happen. They should never get 655 kills. Kind of insane that they are, in fact, doing that much damage. Pretty hilarious. Unholy Lodestone still around. Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep are actually putting a beat down on the Cryptars right now, and Eshin Triad's going to get on the back of this fight and probably just ice it out in mere moments. The Flensing Ruin's doing a lot of damage, just now wears off. Vlad is doing alright, because he's got, you know, a million sources of healing. I guess the idea was bring Vlad, because he's basically unsnipable. Again, though, he's a lot less unsnipable than you think. Skaven have a lot of good magic. They've got some pretty good combatants. Like, Morskatar's Hellion can put down some serious heat against Vlad. And he's on foot. Morskatar's has the Zap ability, which silences. Kind of a disaster for a foot character. Which is why I recommend a flyer. You know, there's so many options for lords. Like, if you don't want to go Necromancer Lord, you can run Red Duke, you can run Von Karstein Lord, Strugo Ghoul King, Necrarch Vampire Lord, hell, even the Lamian Vampire Lord. Frickin' Isabella Von Karstein would be a better option. I actually think she might even be good here. She can use her Blood Chalice on the White Kings. And then she's got her Hellsteed mount, which is crazy fast and hard to, like, really shoot. Just stay away from Howling Warpgale and you'll be fine. You massively outspeed Ikit, so it shouldn't be that hard. Howling Warpgale is 100-meter range, which is pretty short for spells. It's only got 72 speed. Hellsteeds have like 110. They can definitely outpace and stay away from him. Cairn Wraiths with 1500 value put in all the work for the undead so far this game. Dire Pack have done okay. Got a bunch of Grave Guards, some skeletons coming up. You did get rid of the Avalanche Mortars, so at least that happened. Still some Poison Wind Globadiers that are just farming way too much value over there. Another Poison Wind Globe getting set up here. Undead are holding the points, though. I mean, you cannot make this up, dude. There's no reason the Skaven should not have already won this game. Yet here we are. We are kicking tires still. Black Coach is a great unit. Love it against the Skaven. It's a terror-causing chariot. Stupidly good against weapon teams. Another unit that should have come out earlier. The summon priority is what's gotten Nighttime into this position. He has just not been summoning units out the way that he's needed to. Cleansing Ruin coming down. Probably going to get the kill on the Black Coach. It's going to just do a ton of damage to everything here. Cleansing Ruin is good against everything. It lasts for ages as well, so you can see that Ikit with just one cast here is getting about a little bit over 500 value. He's going to end up with about 700 value out of this Cleansing Ruin. That is grody, dude. Oh, Black Coach survives. Oh, sorry, that's the Unholy Lodestone. Black Coach did die. Do have the Poison Globadiers running, though. There is no way this happens, right? I mean, come on. Dude, Wally, please get units on the field. Brother, you got 2,500 supplies. What you need right now is a couple Storm Vermin. Storm Vermin halberds with some Rat Ogre support. If you can get those on the field, you got a chance. You just slow walk the 1 and the 2 here. Nighttime is banking supplies. Only got 1,000. Wally is just passing up the opportunity to win this game. You just spam cap weight here, and you should be able to recap all 3 points. And you're taking so long to do it that the Undead are about to recap your only objective that you're currently holding. Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers get out there and stop it. Come on, man. Come on, Wally, you can do it. Just forgetting that he's got summons, I guess. I have no idea what's going on here. I mean, there's been plenty of time for most of the stuff to run off the field and get put back into the pool. He's got 29 units in the army. Surely something affordable is available. Warp Lightning going down, punishing some units. Feasters in the Dusk are about to crumble out. Direwolves as well, which would just leave Vlad here. And some zombies. Not the end of the world. Crypt Horrors are on the way in. They could help flip that. Karen Wraiths are chilling. Finally get a little bit of the reinforcements summoned in. Night Runner's going for a sneaky cap over here. Great call. This is where you summon out a Direwolf to just rush that point. Keep your opponent off of it as best you can. Going for a Skeleton Spear summon instead. Have the supplies for a Direwolf. Maybe didn't have a basic Direwolf. Graveguard are going to move over, so the Night Runner's just going to go, like, stuff them for a minute. See Skaven rallying to the number 2 objective and giving up the number 3. Kind of sad. Oh my god. I can't believe this is really happening. Natty Boobos are an odd unit to summon late game. I'm going to be honest. I mean, they're not bad. They will definitely get value, but the problem is that they're going to be really vulnerable with how few units you have in the field. There's nothing to protect them. Like, one Fellbat or a Direwolf can just kill them. That's GG. I mean, the flip there is going to lose the Skaven the game. Insane example of why this is just a cursed matchup for the Skaven. It just ran out of time and cap weight, and it just took too long to get everything back out on the field. That is wild, dude. Frickin' Vlad didn't even do anything. He got 1,700 value. He ate a lot of damage, but that's about it. That's one of the least inspiring Vlad games I've seen where he's actually won.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Crazy, crazy business. Huge win for the Undead there. I know you won nighttime, but you snuck a win out from under Wally's nose there. Wally was just too slow summoning out Capweight to hold after he got a huge value lead and just got himself punished for it. That's why you use your supplies, guys. Just don't bank a million supplies just because you think you're winning. It's a perfect example of not respecting your opponent. It's so agonizing, man. Oh, God. I really want to watch Galju and Meat play. Both these guys, probably two of the favorites to win this tournament. Galju's been close a few times. Meat actually has a tournament win, but that was on Chaos Dwarves. Or was it on Nurgle? No, it's Chaos Dowie. Now he's trying to get the win on Cathay. It's probably going to take him a little bit of time to do that, but if he becomes a Cathay specialist, there's really nobody else doing it right now, so great way to make a name for yourself. And always have your opponent guessing. People just don't know how to play against Cathay because they literally never get picked in tournament. Literally never get picked. Like the single most unseen faction in the entire game. Kind of a cool little tech of the Sky Lanterns. The Zhangu War Drum is Fury of the Falling Blade because it's the ROR one. It gets this magic imbuement.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the
Sky Lanterns buff Harmony and they can get the magic damage on their missile, which obviously helps against Khorne with all the demons and Fizz Res, even on some heavily armored units. Bellowers doesn't have Fizz Res. Regular Skull Cannons do have Fizz Res, so the magic damage from the Zhangu War Drum could be good there. Valkia's out on the field. Honestly, Valkia could just engage onto the Sky Lanterns and just start doing damage to them. I think she wants a Sleipnir here early. If you can happen to catch your opponent, like, sleeping at the wheel, that's not bad. I prefer to wait for engagements before using Sleipnir. The reason I do that is because a lot of the times you can line up multiple units with Sleipnir in the front line because people just don't even think about being careful with staggering their units against Khorne because they're just like, oh, there's no magic. Why do I even need to bother about, like, burning head spacing? Whatever. And then they get hit by, like, an 800 gold Sleipnir, and then they cry. I've hit that so many times. Just wait until your units are actually fighting, because then units also, something really low-key that doesn't get talked about enough, when units get into melee combat, they compact their lines really intensely. They're like slammed all the way up against your Marauders in a really thin little spaghetti line. You hit that with the Sleipnir and you do way better and more efficient damage. Speaking from personal experience. Galji, you got hit by a couple Sleipnirs when you were playing Woodies against me. You should know that. I just deleted a couple Blade Singers against you. Use that same tech against, like, anything that you're going up against. Because what you want to do with Sleipnir is get a unit down to, like, less than half health with, like, a single use of it, and then just, like, bum rush through them. Either by, like, slaughtering them with, like, a Bloodletter summon, or just, like, running them down with, like, Knights of the Brazen Throne, or rear charging with Furies, hitting with, like, Hellforge Bellowers, stuff like that. And just absolutely ruin your opponent's day. Sky Lantern's getting killed real fast by Valkia here. But it's going to start moving, and now Valkia can't touch it, because aerial combat sucks in this game. It's so buggy. Good use of Demon Shield just to guarantee that Valkia can escape here without taking any damage. Flying over to the Hellforge Bellowers, and now you land in the trees. Actually, amazing, amazing awareness and knowledge of how to counter a character like the Celestial General. And Bellowers is just continuing to shoot Sky Lanterns. I would not waste my time. I would get out here and actually poke a couple of the Jade Warriors. So what your opponent's doing is slowly developing out Crane Gunners and missile support around it. Crane gunners are fairly easy to dive. Grace of Quien's a little tough.
Take it back.
What you do here is use your Marauders to just, like, position between all of the warriors. And you make yourself a little corridor to get into this backfield. So, Marauder here, Marauder here, Marauder here, and a Marauder here. And you just get Fleshhounds, Warhounds, Minotaurs, Blood Beasts, and any mobility through that corridor into the backline. And you just rush down the missiles before they can link up with the pocket of, like, Harmony. So they kind of are doing. Really nice positioning from Meat right now. Gulch has a slight value lead. It's nothing too crazy. Wrathmongers are getting poked by the Lanterns. Actually do have decent value. 300 and 280. This Sky Lantern speed buff, low-key, kind of terrifying. Beautiful shot from the Hellforge Bellowers right there. Huge damage on those halberds. 1600 HP lost on those guys immediately. Valkia is just flying around. She's taking a little bit of damage. Nothing serious, though. She's got about 600 value in her own right. Just keep her away from the Crane Gunner fire. Do not want her to get hit by that. Decent Sloupnir again. Save it for when units are actually engaged. If you want to use it on the Grace of Quien, it's actually a great time to use Sloupnirs on these, like, missile units. How much? 400 value out of that? About 350 is not bad. Sloupnir got about 600 value from being used here. You can maximize that a little bit. Get a Warhound around the back and, like, engage on the back of the Grace of Quien, then Sloupnir them. Do something like that. Just try and pin them in place before you hammer them. It's just so much more effective. Tiger Warriors coming out. Against Khorne? Tiger Warriors against Khorne. There's no way that the dual weapon Tiger Warriors work against Khorne. Too weak on the armor. Like, Double Fury might just outright kill them here. Like, you just attack and just absolutely rip and tear through the 30 armor. There are longer riders here, though. Furies need to rotate. You know, Warhound's getting onto the Grace of Quien a little bit back here. And Valkia engaging against the Jade Wardrum while the Celestial General is just trying to muck up the works in the middle. Lots of Wrathmongers out. Wrathmongers against Tiger Warriors might actually be the favorable trade here. Oh, Bellowers is not shooting the Tiger Warriors. He could do massive damage to those guys right now. Fleshhounds get a free jump on the Crane Gunners. Jade Lancers do not get there in time. That is a massive flub for the Cathay forces. And Blood Beasts just crush through the Jade Warriors, who are a little too far out of position. And they're not getting their best buff, which is Disdain of the Dragon Emperor. The magic damage is not important because there's no demons on the field. You do not have to get through any physical resistance here. You are wasting your time. The extra melee attack and ITP and reload skill would have been way better for your army. Blood Beast just going crazy. Blood Beast just delete everything that Cathay has. They're really good against Jade Lancers. They're fairly cheap. Good against Jade Warriors. Fast, disruptive. Lot to love about them. Beautiful build-up from Gulju, by the way. He just didn't downtrade in the early exchange. Didn't overinvest into killing the Sky Lanterns, and look at, dude, the Tiger Warriors got dunked on. Wow, the Wrathmongers and the Bellowers just wrecked them. Yeah, Tiger Claws are nothing, dude. Just don't bother with the dual weapons. There is no way that they are going to ever get value. They're good in campaign because they get tons of buffs from Bashiva. But in the multiplayer side of things, you need units that are a little more self-sufficient, don't need as much help getting synergies. I really like the double Wrathmonger. It's just hard to counter multiple Wrathmongers. There was a reason they were restricted to one for a long time. And the ROR was banned for a while as well. But they got some nerfs, and they're in a much better state right now. They're really, really annoying and tough, though. And they do provide for a kind of an interesting environment in which you can game plan for them. But if you game plan for them and don't see them, if your opponent is, you know, as good as Galju is, they can just kind of maneuver around you. And punish you for having overinvested into answers for Wrathmongers. Then in a game like this, where, like, yeah, you've kind of got some answers for them, but maybe not enough, and your opponent is able to build up enough of them, I mean, it's just freebies. You just walk up onto points and you just steal them from people, because they can't fight you. They simply just cannot, they just genuinely cannot do anything about this Wrathmonger that's on the number 2. Like, the Sky Lancers are trying to kill the Hellforge Bellowers, which is already an annoying enough unit. Look at this. Look at this, man. The Wrathmonger's soaking up all the attention of the Celestial General and the Sky Lanterns, and the Longbow Riders get forgotten about, and then they get jumped by Valkia and a bunch of Furies. And Valkia with 2,000 value, she is... This is why Valkia is so good, dude. She just rocks. She rocks. She's got such good combat skills. And an invulnerability. No other character has invulnerability. Take advantage of the invulnerability, guys. It's amazing. Ironclaw Tiger Warrior is going to make short work of the Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds just face check these guys, and they do get a little bit of damage in there. Throwing axes are poking a few of the Tiger Warriors on the end of the engagement there. Wrathmongers down here taking these Ironclaw Warriors to town. Yeah, look at that wind-up. Dude is jacked to the gills on blood right now. He is ready to cave in that guy's skull. Yeah, just the ground is completely overrun. The Sky Lanterns were kind of cute, but they obviously did not provide enough support. 1,000 and 1,500 value, so clearly they're cost-effective. I think Fury of the Falling Blades flub was like the thing that lost Meat this game. You needed Disdain, and I don't think you need the Celestial General and a War Drum. One or the other. This is a very expensive army. I actually think the way that you beat Khorne is to spam Crane Gunners. I think that 4 Crane Gunners and a War Drum, or 3 Crane Gunners, a War Drum in the middle of that, and there's just a bunch of Peasant Spearmen and Jade Warriors, as much as you can get onto the field, is the best option. Celestial General on horseback with Celestial Sweep to run in and, like, sweep Furies. I actually don't think you want Ironclaw Tiger Warriors here. Because Khorne, a lot of the time, is just going to Bloodletter spam against you, and Wrathmongers are infantry size too, and they clearly do great damage to the Tiger Claws, and the regular Tiger Warriors, so you just gotta do something a little different there. I think some more old school Cathay builds would work a little bit more effectively. TBH. Yeah, dude, Khorne is really strong. People just don't play them enough at the higher level. Because they see the lack of magic and they just kind of, like, write the faction off. And there's definitely a lot of weaknesses to Khorne. And they become a little bit more evident as you, like, move up the ranks. But, man, oh man, with just, like, smart, decisive play and good objective presence, there's not a lot you can do to get rid of a good Khorne player. Like, you can make a game out of even some of the tougher situations that you can run into. Do you have a place to download these replays to? You plop them into the Discord. If you're asking if you can download the replays, I mean, they're on the Discord. You can just go in and download them yourself. Plop them in your replays folder. in your app data. If you ever need to know how to upload and download and upload your own replays and where the folder is, there's a video. Just type in how to share Warhammer 3 replays. Video will come up immediately by Rubber Duck of War that gives you the file paths that you need to be able to access the replay folder. Keep in mind that the replay folder, the way the replays work is it's just a list of orders and units that are on the field and how they got used. That's why it breaks every time there's an update, because then everything is just completely different. Like small little melee attack and melee defense changes can completely flip what's going on in the replay viewer, because the units aren't doing the same things anymore suddenly. It's one of the weirder systems for replays, and honestly, I think is kind of amazing, because the files are itty-bitty. You can download like a gigajillion of them and just cram them onto your C drive. Even if you don't have a lot of room, they're like, what? How much? They're literally 200 kilobytes. It's like easy peasy to just cram a million in and like have them on hand to just like look through and comb through. It's fun watching other people play. You actually learn a lot about the game just by doing what I'm doing. I honestly wish more people did casting, because the more the merrier, honestly. I think it grows the whole community. If more people just casually stream their games. Ooh, Khorne versus Norska. We'll get there. Let's watch Chimo versus Skaven. The reason I want to see this, because we got a million chameleon stalkers, and the Wheels of Doom is available, and gonna be rocking out here. Very rare ROR to see, but Doom Wheels are honestly pretty freaking strong. Like, for a long time, it was really meta to have Ikat on his Doom Wheel. Most people bring him on the Flare nowadays, but he's still pretty good. Yeah, the RTK Discord is where they're all at right now. Ice. Are you see any Chaos Train action? We did see one earlier. It didn't go very well. They did kind of lose the Iron Demon really early. I'll try and get another Chaos Dowie game in if I see any available that have some cool units in here. This is going to be a rollicking game. I mean, this is a build I have never seen before from the Lizards. I've seen Skink spam. I've never seen Chameleon Stalker spam like this. This is a lot of precursor missiles. And look, Chameleon Stalkers are honestly pretty tough. And I actually feel like Skaven might be one of their better matchups, because they have all of this, like, missile res and phys res built in, with really solid, like, melee defense and okay melee attack. They can fight off hordes of Skaven slaves and do pretty well against clan rats, too. Not even bad against rat ogres, because they do have poison as well. And their melee defense actually equals up to about the same as a rat ogre with their frenzy. So, pretty cool. Wheels of Doom is way too deep in. Oh, and it gets immediately surrounded by Golden Spear Riders. You have got to be so careful with your single entities. That's why you can't YOLO dive, man. Big mistake here from the Skaven. Although Wheels of Doom might be able to push out of here, having a little bit of trouble. It's running smack dab into the middle of a Spear Rider, and these guys have 1,500 mass. Kind of hard to push through. When your units get stuck like that, always get zoomed in as close as you can without losing sight of the entire battlefield, and like maybe more closely micro away. Skink cohort gets run over by the Wheels of Doom and immediately breaks thanks to the terror that it causes. One of the reasons it's so good. Drags the Spear Riders to their doom. Rat ogres and clan rats all over those guys, immediately shattering them. Not shattering them, but route, and then also a terror route. And they're just down to way less than half hit points. They're on death's bed right now. Natty Boobos, though, get overrun by the Chameleon Stalker and Spear Rider Dive in the backfield. Really aggressive attack from the Lizards here. I do like the aggression. This can pay off big time against factions that have, like, weaker units pound for pound. Loop here. Attack here, and I think you can round this game out in favor of the Lizards. They are ruining the Skaven right now. The Skaven can't really engage cleanly. There's like nothing to really fight. Like the Skink Skirmishers are just running away from these Rat Ogres, Oxyotl shooting here, and just dragging them to their doom. Oh, and Saurus Spears in the late game. So smart. Saurus Spears for the later stage of this match are going to be a nightmare for the Skaven. Rat Ogres can't fight them. Clan Rats can't fight them. All you can do is shoot them. And the shooting right now is in the toilet. I mean, it's getting absolutely trampled in the back line currently. Because all the Rat Ogres are, like, concentrated up here. And Eat the Rich is, like, having to spam whatever anti-large measures he has. He's not really able to protect any of this stuff. Like, the Storm Vermin are going to be able to maybe save the Teeth Breakers, but the weapon teams are just so flimsy. Like, look at that. They get dough for half a second, and they immediately break, and you just keep the Spear Rider here and run them off the battlefield now. Honestly, wouldn't be bad. You got the Natty Boobos up here. Just get rid of the weapon teams, man. Just forget about everything else and make sure the weapon teams get run off the field and you win. Skaven cannot win a melee fight in the late game, especially not against Lizards. Lizards are way too good at just destroying low-tier garbage. Saurus just feast on Raki. I mean, it is an endless buffet for Lizardmen. And look at the Skink Skirmishers. Amazing preservation of the Skink Skirmisher Corps. They're all still here, and they really haven't taken that much damage, to be honest. Most of these guys have a majority of their models, decent HP pools remaining. They've got the infantry support now. The Rat Ogres are almost all gone. There's not enough Wolf Rats out on the field. I would just start spamming Feral Cold Ones to try and kill the Wheels of Doom, and then call it a day. Because you got a couple of Saurus Spears in the field, and you're running down the remaining weapon teams. Oh man, with the tattered remains of your Spear Riders, this is brilliant. Chimo's battlefield awareness is just on an elevated plane of existence right now. Eat the Rich is just struggling to defend every conceivable angle here. Got two spread out. This Chameleon Stalker build. Yeah, the Stalkers themselves may not have a lot of value, but they've enabled the rest of this Lizard build to go absolutely ham, which is really all you need most of the time. Yeah, down goes weapon team, down goes weapon team. Ow. Just, that's all I have to say, man. Just ow for the Skaven. Like, what are you gonna do here? How are you gonna recontest these points? Like, the Saurus Spears, I mean, they're a little beat up. That's just because the Wheels of Doom and some other units were messing with them. Now that the Wheels of Doom is, like, kinda trapped out in no man's land, what are you going to do to stop all this? Ripidactyl's kind of beating up on it, too. Getting a little bit of value. Saurus Spears slow walking number 3. And Lizards looking like they want to overwhelm the number 1 objective, even. In Imperial Road, it's actually a little bit more doable to take the home objective than most home objective maps. Because, you know, the summons are pretty close. You can get stuff on your own objective pretty fast. But the terrain is pretty bad here for, like, shooting anything off. And that's going to favor the Lizards by a huge margin, because they just have far and away the superior infantry. And these Saurus Spears are walking down some Night Runners, and Night Runners here, very thankful for that Brass Orb locking down the Night Runners for the time being. Good follow-up with a Warp Lightning. Big damage from Ikit. 2,200 value on him is good. Night Runner Slings come in. They're just going to pebble away. Too many range tools, man. I love Night Runners. I've come around to them quite a bit, but I do think that going for the Night Runner spam option has a lot of risks. Because of the Skaven inability to hold points if you're running a bunch of these guys, because they do not hold up in melee combat. They get absolutely brutalized by just about everything. You're hoping that they get all their ammunition out, which they don't have a ton of, but they do have a pretty efficient... they have a pretty efficient price point where all they need to do is fire all their ammo at something of the same value or a little bit more expensive, and then you just unsummon them and get a rebate and get more clan rats and stuff out. If the Night Runners stop getting value, though, this build style kind of just falls apart completely. Oxyotl has not really done much of anything. I think he's had bad sight lines. He's got a ton of ammo, considering he's been on the field all game. He's not gotten a lot of value. You can see, yeah, you can see here, he's just not willing to shoot into the back of his own guys. Sword Spear here, 923 value, not shocking at all. Heaven's Caster is 1,000 value. I mean, all you need is like 1,000 value. That's double the value on the Skink Priest. These guys are so cheap. It's 450 gold for that dude, I think. Maybe a little more, because Chain Lightning is an expensive spell. It's closer to like 530 or some garbage like that. Some weird number. Most factions, their casters just have like nice flat round numbers, but a few still have like the old wonky way of calculating lord costs, where you'll get like really random numbers in terms of cost for like your lords and stuff. Like you'll have a lord that's like 1,930 gold or some bizarre nonsense. It's just like a really annoying little thing. Chumo is losing a little bit of momentum. Although not much. This Sword Spear is real deep into the back line. But holding alright. The Chain Lightning whiffs because he was trying to get a timing on it. He was just trying to throw it out because he's afraid this guy's going to break. Little unfortunate it didn't hit the Eshin Triads, because that would have just completely clocked them. They'd be dead. Chain Lightning just owns Eshins, because they don't have that much HP. They're super reliant on Phys-Res. Obviously, magic damage goes right through that business. And their HP pool on 72 models is pretty low, so they just lose models like crazy when they get hit by spells like that. Chameleon Stalkers come in. They use their precursor missiles on the Rat Ogres with Spear Rider support, and they just ruin them. Night Runners try to push down, also getting pushed back, and I think, yeah, the Lizards have this. They've got Chameleon Stalkers back out on the field to, like, harass the flanks and shut down any potential weapon teams or Wolf Rat play. Wolf Rats are a solid unit, but these are all Poison Wolf Rats, so they don't have magic damage to get through the Chameleon Stalkers. I don't think it would really even matter if it were the magic damage variant. Because they just have such bad leadership, and if they get stuck for even more than a moment, they don't have the melee attack to really get through the melee defense of the Chameleon Stalkers, whereas vice versa, Chameleon Stalkers have the damage output to be able to deal with the Wolf Rats in combat, and they're both about the same in terms of price. There's so many little things about cost efficiency that, honestly, I don't know if people will ever fully, like, figure this game out. I genuinely don't think it's possible, because 24 factions, the amount of knowledge you have to be, like, the Forbidden Dark Lord type of player, like Felcon or Anticity, is just prohibitive. Like, those guys are pretty exceptional, because they just fundamentally understand the game differently than everybody else. I will say that, like, I think the current, like, skill level across, like, the community has improved markedly. I think, like, the average player now is substantially better than when Domination mode released, for obvious reasons, because it's a fairly new game mode, but Also because I think people just generally understand the way the factions and the units work a little bit more now. Across the board. It's a lot easier to find information as well because there's more people than ever casting. You know, there's like lots of newer people who are doing it even. Like Renataki has a really great channel. RTK Total War is awesome. Go subscribe there, guys. They've got lots of daily matchups. I was gonna collaborate with them a little bit more on stuff, but I just don't have time. Like, I'm planning a move and I'm working a lot, so, like, I just don't have opportunities to play this enough. Wish I could do more casting, but for all the people who are casting, taking time out of their days to put something out on the table for everybody, please go show them some love. Oxyotl is still alive. I mean, there's that. Ikit is non-functional. He's got 3,000 value, though. Classic Ikit, man. He's just such a beast on this Doom Wheel. It's a shame he can't use unlimited power. If he miscasts unlimited power right now, it would kill him. And Skaven would 100% lose at that point, although maybe it's worth just doing just... Because the game is functionally over, lizards could just fight this out indefinitely. They don't need to try and push this high ground point and just hold the lower two objectives and win off of that. That's all you need to do. Really nicely done by Chimo. Great patience, great engagements, solid chain lightnings, couple really good ones, killed a couple of important Skaven units. The Skink Skirmisher play, amazing. Every single one up-traded. And Spear Riders all did pretty solidly. And same with the Saurus, and that's really the telltale sign of a win for the Lizards. Did Skinks get value? Did Spear Riders get value? And did Saurus get value? If it's true on all three, there's pretty much no way you lost the game. Freaking awesome. Love to see some Saurus Spears dominating everything. Infantry and large targets alike. Yiffer versus Chimo, Feral Dread Saurian. No freaking way. Wow, Chosen of Corn. This is an interesting one. We'll definitely get there. I do really want to watch a couple of other people play who we haven't seen a bunch of, though. So we're going to prioritize that for the time being. Yeah, we're reenacting the OG Skaven trailer. You're so right about that. Ikit rolling deep. Yeah, that's true. Int is so good at the game, he can win with just about every faction. But I've noticed that there's a few that he does genuinely struggle on, like Bretonia. He just does not get Bretonia for some reason. I don't know what it is about Inticity and Bretonia, but I see people win on them all the time. And then I watch Inticity play, and he just, like, struggles on them for some reason. That's just a good example. It's just, like, play styles and faction variety is just so, like, open at this point. There's always going to be somebody who's a little bit better than you, you know, anybody can beat Inticity. Like, the best player in the world still loses at least 20% of his games. I haven't checked the leaderboard in a while, but that's usually around the hover point. That's like one game a tournament, pretty much guaranteed loss. You know, everybody fluctuates day to day in terms of how well they're playing. I just love this scene. The multiplayer scene here is so cool. You see fun builds all the time. People put so much special sauce in their own particular play styles. Just a lot to really enjoy. Wolford gets pummeled by Tyrion early. Tyrion is such an asshole. He loves bullying other horseback characters like this, because he just massively outclasses everybody in stats. I mean, his melee attack and melee defense at base is ridiculous, and you can add on Fate and Ripost if you really want to for extra stats. Bully beatdown. Sunfang is also pretty strong. I actually really like it against low armor Horde factions like Norska. Hit a fat Sunfang right here and just wreck all 3 of these guys. Look how bunched up they are. Lobotomite you cannot break your formation into blocks of infantry like this. It's a really bad idea. The only reason this works in something like campaign is because the AI is really bad at punishing stuff like this. But KOTJ should be more than capable of throwing down some spells to punish this, and we get a Searing Doom immediately. Massive damage on the Bearmen and the Marauders. Only 200 value out of that Searing Doom, I guess. That's fine, though. 20 value for each WOM is not terrible. Tyrion taking the 2v1. He should be okay. I mean, Wolfric is just not going to kill him without support. Shaman Sorcerer is not good enough support. Although you can tar pit him in Marauders. Not a bad idea at all. Miststalkers and the Familiar Warriors here pushing through. They've done some damage. I just don't like the dual weapon Familiar. Like, the basic dual weapon Familiar are kind of terrible. I do think the Miststalkers are worth the money. Because they get stalk and they cause terror, so they can be a really fun Alpha Strike unit. But just going for aggressive pushes like this, I think a great weapon Familiar would be way better. They've got a much nicer split on their bonus versus large versus their melee defense and melee attack. These dual weapon Familiar Warriors, they just get run down by Fireborn, and like even Silver Helms can kind of hammer into them. The 110 armor is nice, but the High Elves actually have some pretty good units to like punch through these guys. That isn't just range damage. Like even stuff like Company of the Calendarian can put in some good work against them. A lot of White Lions of Trace, which I think is a terrible idea against Norska. Norska does not put out as much armor as you think they do. And White Lions of Trace are a little vulnerable with their stats being very middling in terms of damage output. Bearmen and stuff typically outclass them, and I think there's enough of them on the field, and I think they have enough Oceanid support that's also buffering a lot of damage and getting good value that I think it's actually, maybe this is actually a pretty good combo. White Lions and Oceanids. Oceanids kill like all the chaff infantry, and the White Lions, their AP, can actually hold up against like larger targets at that point with mass support. Yeah, I think that might actually be the play. Fireborn are trying to withdraw right now when they should just be fighting. I mean, they're just like wandering into these Familiar and just getting like free value on them. I mean, these guys have just dropped a ton of HP for no reason. Probably bled about 1,500 as they're just trying to pull away for nothing. It's kind of rough. Dragon Princes running down Marauders and the Beast of Tashnar didn't take a lot of damage. They lost a little bit of HP, but they'll be just fine. Burning Head, I think, actually came in to break up the High Elves and do damage to them, and then the burnt effect, I think, broke all the leadership on the Famir, which is kind of hilarious. That's actually it's so unfortunate, dude. Oh, you hate to see it. Look at Tyrion, dude. He just does not care. He is fighting the entire Norscan army over here. Marauders, Marauder great weapons, Norscan Warhounds, everything wants a piece of Tyrion right now. It's time for Dragon Prince to come over and just macerate the front line of these units. Sunfang going down actually gets great damage off on those Marauder great weapons. I mean, honestly, I would have just cast it here just to like finish this fight up and then just dogpiled this one unit, but okay, fine. Norscan Ice Trolls actually able to rally. Oh, it's double Norscan Ice Troll. That wasn't the Famir. That would make sense why they broke to the burnt contact effect. I was like, really? Famir broke that early? But trolls have bad leadership, so it kind of makes sense that they would run that fast. Famir over here got 1,000 value. I don't know how the Miststalkers ended up doing. I don't see them anywhere. I think they just died outright to a man. Which isn't too shocking, honestly. If this breaks the Norscan Ice Trolls again, which it very well might, I am going to throw up, because that would get them to the point at which they just walk off the field. If a unit breaks 3 times, they shatter. That's number 2. They probably don't come back again. Because there are Dragon Princes here, and they can just clean them up on the retreat. Easy peasy. Oh, disgusting Searing Doom. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Norskins. That is vile. Honestly, there have been a lot more Plague of Rusts than Searing Dooms, but the couple of Plague of Rusts that I've seen have been big value. Hitting a lot of units, and yeah, they may not be killing tons of models, but the damage output is so nice. Really awesome. Tyrion doing the work of the gods here. He has been distracting like a madman. No Norscan unit can stand up to the fury of the High Elves right now. And you got Blades of Hoeth just walking freely up onto the number 2. You can just pull back here. Full retreat, hang out on your 2 objectives, and just wind the clock down. It's basically over. Fireborn are going to YOLO charge the Norscan Ice Wolves, maybe even win this fight. Can they win it? How beat up they are? Oh my god, they really are about to win this fight. It was a full health Warhound. Or an Ice Wolf, sorry. Fireborn just face check them and win. LOL. Get out of here, man. Sunfang kind of whiffed there. Sunfang can be a little hard to hit because it does have a long wind-up time, but I've seen it do well enough that I think it's worth the small gold input value that it requires. Thank you for subscribing. For you who just did it, you know who you are. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, triple Dragon Princes. Actually kind of crazy to go for against Norska. Norska went for a Burning Headcaster, probably thinking it would be a really wide army, and then it ended up being a really nice, compact, and elite force. Just a couple archers, the only good target for that Burning Head. Good mix-up from KOTJ, running a lot of different builds and doing really well with all of them. Ocean is at 334 kills, by the way. Absolutely wild. Amazing unit. One of the best anti-chaff units in the game. Yeah, thank you, Skulltaker. Yeah, let's get Ice Shocker hooked up here. Fireborn, no, yeah, they really do, man. I just can't believe that on like 1,000 HP with 15 models, they killed an entire Norscan Ice Wolf. Like, that is pretty impressive. Ice Wolves didn't get a charge, to be fair, but still, I mean, that just speaks to the quality of the unit overall. I mean, the leadership, the armor, melee attack, anti-large bonus, charge bonus, everything, man. This is such a good unit. Matchup defining for the High Elves in so many situations. Actually got Golg and a Fire Belly here for the Ogre Kingdoms. Let's go, Ogre Kingdoms Greenskins. Let's see what Emperor can do. Gotta stretch out. Getting kind of sleepy. Cannot lie. I had a late night last night. I was just up doing things and stuff, so Did I sleep the most restful sleep? No, but who does nowadays? Anybody have, like, a good night's sleep every night on a regular basis, even? Got Fire Breath and Burning Head. I actually like Fire Breath. It really doesn't do bad damage. It's got a nice, like, spread area on it. So it's really good against infantry, especially. It might even be good against swamp things. Just because of the extra weakness to fire damage from regeneration. Might be able to do some damage. Burning Head, a little bit hopeful here, but Emperor honestly gets a little lucky. The rotation moves away from his Wolf Riders. Honestly, I think what you'd be better served doing if you want to try and hit that is cast it a little bit behind the Wolf Riders and just like bum rush them with Saber Tusk packs to like try and push them into the radius of the Burning Head. Again though, honestly, the best thing you can do with fire magic and magic in general, just wait until the front lines clash.
We have a victory point.
Especially for Ogre Kingdoms. What you do if you want to hit some big burning heads is take your Iron Guts, face check some of the non-AP spear units here, and then Burning Head anything that tries to engage on top of that. It'd be great. Huge damage, potentially. No reason to pop Bugmans here. It's not a long cooldown. It's one Spirit Leech. Like, save it. Like, your opponent can hit you with, like, 3 Spirit Leeches on Golg, then you can hit the Bugmans and be just fine. Spirit Leech should be prioritized on the Fire Belly, because Fire Belly doesn't have a heal. You can use Meat Feast on him, but that takes a little bit of time to charge. Don't have to throw it out so fast. Don't get too antsy. Swamp Fangs are gonna rout Noblars, like, instantaneously. They're a terror-causing unit, and Noblars, not very stout and resilient folk. Dude, the Burning Heads are just not hitting right now. Oh, the rotations on them have been so unlucky. They keep skirting the edge of everything. Yeah, Firebelly with only 196 value right now. Saber Tusk packs running down some of the Wolf Riders. Just nice. Noblar's getting folded up, and yeah, dual weapon bulls don't do well against any kind of anti-large. They're too squishy. They have to have Noblars to win fights. And the Iron Guts, man, Iron Guts are just gonna get overwhelmed by numbers. I'd be shocked if they value trade. They're just so expensive. For such a mediocre unit, honestly, Golg's Man-Eaters are the only anti-infantry unit that the Ogre Kingdom should ever bring. Golg's Man-Eaters are arguably overpowered, even. Nobody talks about it, though, because Ogre Kingdoms are kind of a meme faction. They're really not that good. What are these burning heads? Bro, come on. Press spacebar, brother. Right down the pipe there. That was a really bad angle for the burning head. I might get some collateral on the Wolf Rider archers, though. Kind of fortunate. It was like the first half decent burning head, and it still wasn't, like, ideal. Ogres are just holding the line, but Wah gets popped, and a Feral Wyvern's going after the Firebelly, and some spears are on top of him, too. Firebelly's about to die. There's no freaking way he survives this. Man-Eater Great Weapons are good, even great unit at times, but that's a little much to ask them to, like, save him from. The Swamp Things are in here, too. They actually terror out the Firebelly. Then his leadership breaks, and now it's just Man-Eaters against the world. The Iron Guts are getting overrun. Not enough Noblars, man. Gotta go with more Noblars, honestly. Like, the Iron Guts are cool, the dual weapon bulls are solid, but honestly, if you just run one Golg's Man-Eater and back that up with just like a ton of Noblar Flingers and regular Noblars, some Noblar Trappers, some Blood Vultures, a couple Saber Tusk packs, and then like one Man-Eater Great Weapon in reserve. Man-Eater Great Weapons in reserve. I say it all the time. You want to put these more expensive ogre units in reserve because if you spam out all your Noblars early, you can position them a little bit more carefully. You don't have to rush quite as hard to get into fights. Take your time with it, and then if your opponent has something genuinely scary that man-eaters can deal with, or you just need the extra or you just need the extra like cap weight presence and something fairly elite, that's when you summon these guys out. Doing it in the early game is fine, but a lead belcher is going to be way better on average because they're a ranged unit in the ranged phase. Like the first like 3 or 4 minutes of every game should pretty much all be fought at a distance. It is so rare to see like immediate contact between front lines in the first like 5 minutes of a match. Most factions are not built for that. Khorne, Greenskins, who else? I know I'm forgetting some. I'm gonna have to look in a minute though. Vampire counts most of the time want to get in early. Yeah, those are like the only melee rush factions that I think regularly want to attack first and early. Well, Beastmen also. Beastmen want to be really aggressive, typically. Everybody else, though, wants to play a fairly consistent, like, early ranged game. And Beastmen can do that, too. They do bring a lot of Unger Raiders and Synagro throwing axes a lot of the time. I don't know, it's a little bit of a back and forth. Game is, honestly kind of wide open. Shrimp is making a bit of a comeback now. He's lost a lot. So is his opponent, though. And the Broken Tusk Mob is getting trashed back here right now. Only after they kill one of the Lead Belchers, though. But another Lead Belcher has hit the field. And should be a match for the remaining Greenskin units, because the Lead Belcher will kill Rugloods and the Black Orc Great Weapons. Savage Orc Biggins are also pretty vulnerable to Lead Belcher fire. Like, that Fizz Res is nice, but not going to save them from the big weapon strength on these guys. They're trying to shoot Grom right now. I would just save my breath. Just have Mournfang Cav try to chase him down. Or really, what you should do is use Saber Tusk packs to go after Grom. Because he's tired, his armor is a little lower. Guys have really good weapon strength. Actually have pretty decent melee attack as well. With good mass, they can surround Grom and rip him up pretty bad. And they're faster than Grom, too, so they can actually catch him. Mournfang Cavalry have a little bit of a hard time catching him, but they do here. They actually make contact and stagger him. Now Grom is going to start running again. Middle is recapped by the Greenskins. Pigback Rider's trying to hold the high ground. Ogre Kingdoms have nothing on the field. Oh, and Golg died. If Golg had survived, maybe they had a chance. I think they're kind of done now. Golg dying means they just can't even use Noblars anymore. Like, Noblars will just come out in the field and immediately run away. Crimson Killers doing their business, and a really nice bait down into all this infantry. And Saber Tusks are in a rampage here. They rampage at 75% health, although they rampage and immediately rout, so rip. Lead Belcher's gonna get a brutally cost-effective volley off here. I mean, look at that. Oof. Already almost at or they're literally about halfway there. They are over halfway there to paying for themselves already. Yeah, they're 1050 now. Stop shooting Grom, dude, with Lead Belchers. Like, they do okay damage to single entities, but right now you gotta prioritize caps and killing infantry. Grom you can catch out in the late game when he runs out of space. I think Shrimp is panicking. He's got a bunch of supplies, he's just not using them. And he keeps throwing away his Saber Tusk packs. He keeps aggressively diving units and then just letting them get run into Biggins. Biggins do hard counter Saber Tusk packs. Very, very, very capably and comfortably. Mornfang Cav, get a great engagement on Goblin Wolf Riders. Nice pick. Good opportunity here. Lead Belchers thumping the Rugleds. Just give yourself a little bit of time to continue doing that. Let the Savage Orc Biggins overextend a little bit. Chimp, please use your supplies, bro. It's going to be another game where somebody wins despite having a value lead because they're not summoning units. Like, there is no excuse for this. Gotta get your bodies on the field, man. Got to. I think it's a case of Chimp just getting way too fixated on just a couple units. Okay, he was banking up for gold against some Iron Guts. That's just not enough. Honestly, gold going down, like, just let him be dead. Like, he's not gonna move the needle enough at the end here. What you needed was probably both Iron Guts and then just a bunch of Noblars and Pigback Riders and just spamming them onto the field. Now we're getting the Noblar Storm. It's summoning them all out at the same time out of the same spawn, though. Like, you want to get them a little spread out. You need to have your Noblars a little bit staggered. And then so they can, like, move up in a nice concentrated position where the Iron Guts can, like, bounce between the different edges of the fights. Just beat up on whatever the Lead Belchers aren't killing. This is the chance to jump the Savage Orcs and use the Lead Belchers to hit the Black Orcs back here. Or the Rugleds, either or. Probably want to hit the Rugleds, actually. Because these Savage Orcs are, like, at the end of their rope. Like, they're almost dead. You actually want to use Lead Belchers to soften enemy units before engaging with your melee forces. Feral Wyvern going for a really risky dive. I mean, this thing is close to rampaging itself. That would be kind of a disaster, and the Mornfang Cav are going to force the rampage here. They do huge damage on the charge. They have a huge charge bonus, tons of weapon strength. Great engage Saber Tusk packs, collapsing from either side onto the Savage Orc Boar Boys and breaking their leadership immediately. Excellent work. Lead Belchers rallying. Gotta get up and kill the Rugleds, man. I mean, Orc Boys coming to reinforce the middle. It's time to get something up on that number 3 as well. Saber Tusk packs can cap this away from the big uns without engaging them. Might be what the plan is. Like, get the cap here and just slowly grind everything down in the middle. Iron Guts fighting against Savage Orcs without support. No, no, no. Gold gets in and does some good damage. Fate of Buna on the Saber Tusk pack, of all things. Okay, fair enough. Excuse me. Lead Belcher should shoot this Biggin unit that's trying to get on their friend's flanks. That or get the Rugleds, man. I'd pick something to shoot here. I think he's going after the Rugleds. Maybe he's going to shoot the spears. What is he going to shoot, man? He is going to shoot Rugleds. Wow, Saber Tusk's just going right for the Savage Orcs. Not a great idea. These Savage Orcs, yeah, they lose out on the charge a little bit, but once the models start getting back up and swinging their clubs, they're going to rip the Saber Tusks apart. This whole Saber Tusk pack blob is probably going to die here. Especially with the Wa active. Savage Orcs are just too tough. They've got all this Phys-Res too, so there's just like not really good efficient damage being done here. They could still cap it away, and Gorgers are going to the top, and they could probably finish off whatever remains of the Savage Orc unit. But yeah, look at them breaking all those Saber Tusks up top there. Huge hold. Lead Belchers are killing the Rugleds. Not enough damage down here in the pit. Needed the Firebelly back in for a big burning head. Right down the pipe on all those units. The burning heads were just so off. They missed multiple times. A couple of them were bad rotations, but a couple of really poorly timed and placed Burning Heads definitely also hurt. One more thing with good value. Saber-Tusks did pretty well. It's just a little bit of a shame that they weren't used better because they really could have dominated the mobility fights. They just got thrown into biggins a few too many times, honestly. You just can't do that. You cannot let Saber-Tusks get dragged into anti-large units. Saber-Tusks are there to harass points and mobile units, not for fighting infantry. They never ever really do that well unless they get a rear charge and it's something that is not, you know, anti-large itself. Vlad is a chat. I will not be taking questions. I need to see it. The problem with Vlad is that, came to say that Vlad is actually the best lord in the counts. Y'all are delusional. He is not even close, but I respect your confidence. Vlad believers unite. Fair enough. Gang up on me if you wish, but I stand by my statement that Vlad is kind of ass. Survivable? Sure. Value tradable? Absolutely fucking not. Too slow. Too slow. Vulnerable to shooting, even? Because he doesn't have a shield? Hard for him to get, like, super high value zombie summons off. Rat Clan is in here going crazy. Welcome in, guys. There was a Burning Headcaster for the Ogre Kingdoms. It just got sniped by the Wyvern and some Boar Boys. Yeah, Vlad, hard countered by increased distance between capture points. Every time I see Vlad get played, this is exactly what happens. Is people just go, oh, and they walk away from him, and then he never gets to do anything. And then he looks like the biggest asshole on the planet while the rest of his army is getting absolutely raffle stomped without support. Vlad and Isabella, healthiest relationship. Oh my god. I guess. I mean... I don't know, man. I mean, Vlad is a very stable genius, I would say. If anybody... If you know, you know. I think that's what Vlad comes across as to me. He is not well. Yeah, exactly. Vlad has to use Dance Macabre to catch archers. If Vlad had 60 foot speed, he would be really good. But because he's locked at 40 and he has no mounts, that's the problem with him. I would love to see a faster Vlad. If Vlad got a little bit more speed, I actually think he would be a really good character. You know? Get this 40 speed up to 60 and watch him, like, really motor, I think it'd be pretty hilarious. We've got semis, so let's watch it. So we got Korn, Skaven, and Norska Grinkathe. Vlad conquered the Empire on his own. Heresy, absolutely not. Never happened. Straight to heretic prison. Vlad didn't know such thing. Vlad is a tryhard has-been. Throwing the gauntlet down. Oh, already saved. Whatever. We'll just put him back in anyways. Wait, what the hell? Where's Cornskaven? What? I guess it is this one. What the actual hell is going on? Where are my grand finals replays? Don't make me drop them back in here. I will. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's Corn Grand Cathay. This is the one we saw earlier, actually, I'm realizing. Skaven versus Corn. Here we go. And Norse Grand Cathay. Which one do we want to watch first? That's a pretty vicious Horseman Corps. Is that really that effective against Grand Cathay, though? Skyjunk's kind of feast on Skirmish Cap. I'm kind of curious to see if Meat can win this one. I mean, Shishi has, like, a bunch of infantry, and Meat is going to have a hard time holding points against all these Bearmen and Berserkers. And Kurgan Dual Axes will be really nice for, like, rear charging the Jade Warriors. It's really going to come down to whether the Skyjunk and the Moonbirds can dominate here, because I'm pretty sure the Astromancer's on a Moonbird, too.
Soldiers!
Oh, he's not.
You
oh, he's on foot? Oh, he's on horseback. Okay. Fair enough.
The true bastion of this country.
Nice.
Show our enemy that Cathay's soldiers are to be feared.
Awesome. I love the Celestial General speeches. Super cool. Fun guy. Love him. Moonbird is really good for obvious reasons. Got fire damage. And you're going up against the armor factions, so magic damage, fire damage, high weapon strength, even if the AP split isn't all that good. Great melee defense, and a snare that also doubles as an insanely powerful vortex. Stupidly good monster. You got Wind Blast and Chain Lightning, and it's gonna be Uranan's Wind Blast and Chain Lightning for sale. He's got Rolling Skies and Smoke and Mirrors. That is pretty smart on the Norskin's part. I mean, just debuff everything as you're spell spamming. Just go Wind Blast and Uranans at this point. Like, use Uranans, Jade Warriors. Wind Blast any Cathay Cavalry that might be trying to come in. Norska is holding multiple points. Shishi should really just pull back. Or try and find a way to get the horsemen in to get some shots on the Skyjunk here. Dual weapons, blunder into some halberds, but pull back pretty quickly. Kurgan horsemen, great weapons over here. Kind of getting bullied. I mean, they're doing some damage here, though. It's not bad. Kurgans just really need to get the devastating flanker off, or they end up being a huge waste of time. Really unfortunate terror route actually ruins the opportunity for this Chain Lightning, and it rotates away really hard. Wow, Peasant Horsemen and some Jade Lancers intercepting the Kurgan Horsemen. Great weapons over here. Big win for Cathay. Oh, and the Skyjunk clowning on some Berserkers right now. Shishi is panicking. This is a panic engagement. Could not have started off worse for Norska, to be quite honest. I mean, they've lost multiple Kurgans already. They may make up for it if they get this Kurgan Horseman home against this Crane Gunner, because the Crane Gunners are going to get melted by the anti-infantry damage. Peasant Horseman intercepts pretty quickly, though. Oh, and the leadership breaks on the Kurgans immediately. And the Crane Gunners survive. Huge save. Down to half HP, but they've got 23 models left, which is nice. Infantry engagements popping off. Bearmen need to get away from here. Just don't form any blobs for the Skyjunk to punish. Force the Skyjunk forward with its super slow speed to start trying to like drop bombs on stuff, or just get into a position where it can actually fire and not just blow all its own stuff up. We're waiting on the Moonbird Flare here. Moon Flare is really powerful, and you're going to see just how powerful here. Huge lancing damage right through the HP pool of these Marauder Berserkers. There's almost 3,000 HP to that one Moon Flare. In the grand scheme of things, not the most value, but it gets these guys nice and low, and we could see the Celestial General and the Moonbird land here and get a fearsome roar off to just break all these Bearmen by removing their ITP. Same with the Berserkers. I mean, it's a great monster mount for that very reason. We see a regular break on the Berserkers here. Bearmen still holding in, but getting bullied by the single entities. Jade Lancers are swarming pretty nicely, but Norska is going to grab a triple cap here, and it's really not over. Ooh, Kurgan Horsemen actually compromised the Crane Gunners by skirting around the edge of the Tiger Claw Warriors here. Oh, and they get the kill on the Crane Gunners. Huge loss. Big problem for Grand Cathay too, because Horseman Corps is very healthy. They can run around and punish the Moonbird and the Celestial General with some good shots. Yeah, the 40 armor on this thing, not going to hold up very well. And it only has 15% missile resistance, so very, very vulnerable to the Javelin poke here. Celestial General's moving over, though, and there are some Peasant Horsemen at the very least threatening the Horsemaster Corps. Sail is chilling with 400 value, doing absolutely nothing. Beautiful intercept with the Skin Wolves here. Oh man, very dead peasants right now. They are going to get destroyed. They're so caught up too. So many of these guys are like right up in the face of the Skin Wolves and vaguely surrounded there. Good land though. Moonbird Flare. Is Moon Flare going to do damage to these guys? I don't know. It kind of looks like it is. Does it have magic damage? And flaming attacks. Yeah, okay. I mean, it does a little bit of work against them. Nothing crazy, though. Skyjunk continuing to shoot. Horseman Corps is getting worn down pretty bad, but they have got their javelins all targeted on the same thing, and that something is the leadership of Grand Cathay. And the Grand Cathay infantry, this is what I was a little afraid of, is that their infantry was just not going to be able to fill the battlefield out enough to hold any caps. And Norska being as aggressive as they are, they can hold a triple cap against you pretty hard. It's really painful too. Celestial General gets away from the javelins somewhat, but the Moonbird, oh, Moonbird gets caught on the Berserkers and, wow, loses about 1,000 HP in about 1 second. Real sad state of affairs for Grand Cathay. They do not have much sauce left here. And the Skyjunk is having a point-blank Marauder Bearman. None of whom value traded, but who even cares about value trading when Marauder Bearmen have 11,000 health? It takes freaking forever to get through these guys. They're so annoying. It allows all the other Norskin tools, like eons to eternities worth of time to kill the stuff that they need to handle. Berserkers and some Skin Wolves and the Horsemen. Eyeing up the Ironclaw Warriors here. The Horsemen can bully the Ironclaws by themselves, probably. But this Berserker charge, yeah, it's going to get about, about 150 value against a 1,200 gold unit. Look at how low the Tiger Claws are after that one charge from the Berserkers. Doesn't help that they're getting peppered by javelins either. This is going to be a very dead Ironclaw in a minute here. They did really well in the last matchup against Norska, but Neat here is not finding the same success. He just isn't. He hasn't been able to break open any positions with big terror routes. Skyjunk has gotten steady, consistent value, but really isn't doing anything too crazy to, like, swing the momentum back in his favor. Yeah, firing at max range against some Berserkers not helping the case either. Just punish the Horsemasters here. The Horse Masters are trying to kill your Ironclaw Tiger Warriors. You need to, like, kind of help these guys out best you can. Like, just target one side of the Horsemaster Corps and just try and blast them off of you. Shots missed. Shots missed, though. Big pain. Ironclaw's hanging in, though. They're actually killing a lot of the Horsemasters. If they just keep aggressively attacking whatever they're in melee contact with now, they probably pay for themselves. Maybe even secure that objective. Shishi's value lead is narrowing a bit. Oh, and Sail is getting killed by halberds. Oh man, he ran back here to attack the crane gunners and then got trapped into a summon. Oh, that's brilliant. Bait and switch. Beautiful play by Meat. Meat actually grabs the middle and can slow the cap up on the number 1 over here. Jade Lancer for the Berserkers right now. Where are the Berserkers going? Oh, they're chasing... Wow, they got run off the point by chasing another Peasant Horseman. This one is going to stuff them back now and do some decent damage to them. Ironclaws look rock solid on that middle point all of a sudden. Although double Berserker summon is going to be really brutal. Uh-oh. Crane Gunners are poking at the Berserkers. Celestial General needs to get a rear charge and then pop his big ol' Fearsome Roar ability. And he needs to give Lord of Grand Cathay to the Jade Warrior Halberds. Because they have to survive this fight. Please use your abilities here, brother. I'm begging you. Iron Claws pull back just to get rid of some Bearmen, and they did just about pay for themselves. Grace of Kuai Yin on the way in. Awesome stuff. Cathay delaying the cap on the number 1, giving themselves a little more time to work with. They've got to get the number 3. Kurgan Horseman dual weapons are here. Skyjung is just harmlessly hovering overhead. Cannot do shit. Celestial General did get the terror out. Not enough follow-up to finish off the Berserkers, though.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it
Grace
back.
of Kuai Yin with some huge shots. The Iron Claw Tiger Warriors just a little bit shy of paying for themselves. 1190, though, is pretty good value, all things considered, what they've been dealing with all game. Wow, the Peasants withdraw. The Berserkers get pulled off the point. I would hammer into the back of these Berserkers right now with the Jade Lancers. And I would prioritize getting another Jade Lancer on the field. Because what you need here, Jade Lancer to clean up this Norscan Ice Wolf, and then to also get after the Berserkers. Sky Junk bombs away? Bombs away? Bombs away? Hello? Hello? Bueller. Oh my god, and losing the Crane Gunners, both Crane Gunner deaths have really put Cathay in a hole. If you save those Crane Gunners back here, probably win the game. Capping this point up and having some support.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Losing them back there is a death sentence, to be honest. I think that happened because I don't think Meat has anything you can summon in right now. Or maybe he was saving up the Tiger Claw Warriors. Sail is getting attacked by the Celestial General. Sail died and then came back pretty much immediately. Shishi, who I've never seen before today, is giving one of the better players in the new player tournament a real run for their money. And looks to be in a position to close this game out. Yeah, Berserkers attacking the Jade Warrior Halberds. Not enough support over here, man. I know you gotta get the triple cap, but Grand Cathay keeps spreading themselves too thin, and just not having any Jade Warriors even to think about fighting Berserkers is just painful. This map is very big. This is a tough map for Grand Cathay to beat Norska on. Norska has a mobility advantage. They've got an infantry advantage. Got a little bit of an everything advantage here. Wow, Norska actually broke the Jade Warriors over here, and they're going to close the game out with a win. Pain. Oh, that's painful. I think if Cathay maybe just focuses on 2 points a little bit better, builds up and utilizes their SCs a little more cleanly than they win this game. I think the Grace of Kuai Yin needed to come out before the Crane Gunners as well. They're very long range in their own right. Very powerful, effective unit for poking from afar, and the Crane Gunner can come out behind them, sit in the same pocket with slightly longer range, and then you get your Peasant Horsemen blobbed up around them to protect. Fire Rain Rocket, entirely unnecessary. I don't know why you're bringing one. It's too much range to defend, and I honestly don't think they're very good. I believe very firmly that more Jade Lancers win this. The Peasant Horsemen did well too, though. Either that or get the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin out. Moonbird was honestly very ineffectual. The Astromancer died stupidly early also, apparently. So the lack of magic for Grand Cathay also ruined their day a little bit. Just a couple mistakes that you just can't make. I mean, the thing about Grand Cathay is they're a good faction, yeah. Fairly solid, but the margin of error on them is so tiny. Smaller than almost every other faction, too. Bad positioning, fumbling a lord, fumbling a hero, and magic will get you into a hole you just can't climb out of because you just don't have that allowance of making mistakes like other factions do. You've got to get your harmony up. You've got to keep your missiles alive. You've got to protect your characters. A lot of really scary stuff that Norska can do against you as Cathay. Yeah, if we're talking about Chimbambu, hopefully him and Catholic can maybe, like, convince CA to give Vlad 60 speed. I mean, I don't think it would be broken for Vlad to be that fast. He'd still be a low-mass foot character, just actually be able to do a little bit more. I do love the Celestial Generals. I don't know. I'm not so sure about him into Norska. I honestly do genuinely think that Zhao Ming might just be the better option against Norska anyways. He's just got some really nice stuff. Like, Master of Alchemy might even be a good item to use here, because normally people just play around this and avoid, but against Norska, where they've got a lot of Physres that you need to get around, being able to get a couple of these off that give your units in an aura, like a radius, proper magic attacks, and better base weapon damage against a low armor faction, super, super valuable. I think it would be pretty gigantic, because you can also use this on Tiger Warriors. Giving Tiger Warriors the magic damage so that they can rip Skinwolves a new one in like half a second, super clutch. I think it'd be way better than doing anything else. Righteous Lances, man, for 2 Jade Lancers, I think you want the Jade Lancers, because you just didn't have enough ground presence. The Sky Junk and Righteous Lances and Celestial General and Moonbird is way too much flying. It's 1,500. We can just do the... We can just show it off right now. You got that. 2,100 for the General. Astromancer was on the ground, but the Moonbird was in there. You only got 3,900 to fit stuff into your army at this point. Like, if you want the Moonbird, great, go for the Moonbird. But honestly, I would even say a Lord Magistrate would be better for that particular build. I mean, this guy's kind of a meme, but he's got like buffs that can be pretty good for a static type of build. On a big map like that against Norska, you do kind of want to bunker up pretty hard on 2 points. Really force them deep into you. And I think a Grand Cannon, if you're going to go for arty, no Fire Rain Rocket, Grand Cannon. Grand Cannons are so freaking awesome. Super strong artillery unit in terms of damage. They also have flaming attacks. Norska has a lot of regen, right? Punish them on that. And they also just aura form like crazy by looking cool as hell and sounding freaking incredible. Coolest booms in the entire game. And still didn't see any Chromen. Chromen need to be in your build against Norska. But yeah, if you want my money, go Zhao Ming and just go Dragon Breath and just Dragon Breath the living hell out of all the Bearmen. Arcane Conduit, Master of Alchemy. You don't need Metal Shifting or Strength of Yang, really. They're, like, fine, but just cut them and save money. That guy's 2,300, and you get your caster, and you get great spells. All you need is Dragon's Breath, because you can also run down characters with Zhao Ming and beat them up in dragon form. He's a good fighter. You don't need Final Transmutation. You can run Plague of Rust. There are a lot of good targets for that on the Norscan roster. Armored Skinwolves, for example, Marauder Champions. But if your opponent doesn't bring anything like that with heavy armor, it doesn't really matter. Still spam Dragon's Breath. Same as you could before. Banes of the Silver Road might even be worth it, because they imbue flammable. You can just stack, like, all the fire auras imaginable. Like, get the bandits in your starting army, bring the Grace of Kwai behind that. I don't think Nagao grenades are any good. I would avoid those. Do expensive reinforcements. I think a couple peasant long spearmen can actually help out here. And, I don't know, man. I'd start with a Jade Lancer, to be quite honest. Or, you can go with the Grand Cannon in the opening. Unlike the Sky Junk, you know, this thing's not going to run out of ammo. I mean, the Sky Junk is, like, a really cool unit and can value trade pretty nicely, but you have to, like, defend it. Not always worth, in my opinion. You've already got, like, Moonbird and Zhao Ming for some anti-infantry stuff, and the Grand Cannon's just there to, like, screen horsemen, and also, Skinwolves and the like. Get your horses, get the Empress Chromen at the bare minimum. Got the Tiger Claw Warriors, and just whatever else you want. Honestly, maybe like a Jade Lion. Just to run around and, like, be annoying. Jet Lion, too, maybe. Or Zhanggu War Drum in reserve. If you need to build up and slow push points to cap them, you can do that. Or you can get a Crane Gunner. But this should be, like, a core of an army that can fight against Norska a little bit better. You need your infantry on the points, you need a Dragon Breath, all the Berserkers, and the Bearmen into Oblivion. Zhao is pretty safe, not all that impactful for his price. That can definitely be true if you're not hitting Dragon Breaths with Zhao. Dragon Breath is just stupidly OP as a spell. For how cheap it is, you spam the shit out of it. And Dive Bomb and Terror out everything as you just do a ton of cleaving damage through infantry. I think he's the way to go against Norska, because they are not bringing, like, armor against you. 9 times out of 10. Okay, so we've been talking about that plenty. Let's get our finals game out of the way here. Let's see what happened. Oh, wait, no, we've got another semis game. What am I talking about? We gotta do our Corn Skaven game. Then we can do our finals match. So we got Eat the Rich on the Skaven versus Galju, who is running a Blood Speaker on horseback with exhortations and the gruesome display, so going real cheap on Blood Speaker, which honestly I think is a good idea. I actually think Blood Speaker is really good cheap. And against factions where they don't have, like, hyper-aggressive character hunting potential. Skaven do to some extent, but they're not going to run it that often into Khorne, because a lot of those options are weak to Khorne characters. This guy sounds freaking awesome, too. One of the best voice-acted characters in the entire game. Absolutely no contest. he sounds like a complete freak. Like, just a total bloodthirsty psycho. And if that's not what a blood speaker should sound like, I don't know, I don't know shit, you know? These guys aren't terrible fighters. I would keep them the hell away from Gorich and Skrulk, though, because they both are a little bit better than him. Just keep them safe. Just let them murderous exhortations and gruesome display blob fights, and then you can, like, use them maybe in the late game to, like, beat something up, or just hide them, man. I mean, there's no reason to, like, throw them in and watch them get killed. One thing that I really love against Skaven that I never see people bring is a freaking Soul Grinder. Soul Grinders insta-route, like, the entire Skaven army. It's so funny. The reason they do is because they imply an artillery leadership debuff of -10. They also cause fear, which is -8. And then if they rear charge, that's -16. You can... I'm not kidding. Insta-route entire Skaven army positions, like massive blobs of Skaven slaves running immediately because of a Soul Grinder. And Bloodspeaker gets caught immediately. Huge mistake, man. Oh god, this is inexcusable, honestly. Ooh, and a beautiful Rod of Corruption. Oh, that's hitting everybody. Oh my god. Dude, Skrull with... Oh my goodness. 700 value from his Rod, and I think a Liber Bubonicus. Yeah, both hit. Bloodletters, though, overrunning, and Plague, very, very off target. Brutal damage on the Rat Ogres from the Knights of the Brazen Throne, just to get away from Gorich before he eviscerates you. This does a ton of damage to, like, cavalry that are blobbed up around Gorich. Avoid it as best you can. Bloodspeaker pops his god-awful Murderous Exhortations. This is, like, the worst ability in the entire game. Like, I don't know why it does no damage. I think it's bugged. I don't think it applies damage the way it's supposed to. Night Runners getting run down by Furies and Fleshhounds. This is honestly something that Khorne can just do for free against Skaven. If you run, like, Fleshhounds and Furies in numbers in the opening of your games, with, like, good like Warhound pressure, you can just completely overrun their backline and just, like, completely steamroll them. Skaven are not a resilient faction. You need to take advantage of their bad leadership, and honestly, I would say, the fact that this is a really big map and the Skaven tried to do their, Night Runner, spam playstyle, and Galju just has, like, the perfect counter to it. Speaks to the game knowledge on his part. This is definitely the way to go. Like, Fleshhounds actually beat the snot out of Rat Ogres, and very effectively, I might add. Plague is going to kill these Bloodletters. It's actually beautifully done by Skrulk. Really well-placed spell. Does a ton of damage. Brutal Sword of Khorne. BM aplenty on the Plague Claw Catapult crew. Pretty much the only thing there, too. Owie. Death Runners are probably going to kill the Bloodspeaker. I don't know why the Bloodspeaker's all the way up here, man. That's, like, the only way to lose this game as Khorne now, is to lose your Lord, and everything starts to crumble and die suddenly. Hounds of the Blood Hunt have some decent value. Rat Ogres and Clan Rats holding them up. Furies are just brutalizing Night Runners and then chasing off weapon teams here. Another Fleshhound on the other side of the field. Already gotten its value back. Knights of the Brazen Throne with some pretty good value. Just, you know, doing their thing. These guys, their Murderous Charge ability is so gross. It is amazing. They do so much damage, even to large targets, when they make contact with this active, because it gives them a huge boost to their charge bonus. I mean, they get 28 extra charge there, as you can see, and that's with them exhausted, by the way. At full vigor, they have almost 100 charge bonus, and they just run in and they just clap everything instantly by doing that. Murderous Exhortations goes down. Leadership is starting to tank. This one is getting a little bit of value because it's hitting like Rat Ogres and Skrull, Gorich. A lot of targets there for it to get something done against. Well, it still only has 200 value though. Oh, this is just really bad. Outside of the leadership debuff, it just sucks. Yeah, Bloodletters, Chaos Knights, and Knights of the Brazen Throne very much have this game locked down right now. The Skaven just got absolutely thumped. They got punched in the nose. And they're just a little too sensitive for all that. They don't like being hard countered with superior mobility like this. I don't know about the Chaos Knights. That's like the only unit that I've seen in this build that I just am not sold on. I've tried them against Skaven. They just don't really do that much. I love Knights of the Brazen Throne against Skaven. I love Fleshhounds and Furies of Plenty. I like Bloodletters. I don't love Bloodletters against Skaven. The reason you run Bloodletters is because they cause fear, so it's just like more weakened leadership that the Skaven are like dealing with. They beat up on Triads and Death Runners, and then they beat Storm Vermin. But they can get shot to death by like Night Runner spam, so and run over by Doomflayers. Doomflayers are one thing that Eat the Rich definitely should have brought. I mean, they just love running over Marauders. Doomflayers are definitely one of the scarier things Khorne can contend with. It's very hard to keep them from just completely flattening your cheaper infantry. Good rear charge. Those Fleshhounds. Didn't see how much value they ended up with. Another Sword of Khorne. This is one of the things where Skaven, if they start getting hit by Swords of Khorne, it's just game over for them, because that just killed an entire Night Runner unit, killed every model except one. That's a full Horn of Khorne charge just by killing that Night Runner. It steamrolls very quickly in Khorne's favor when they're able to just nail Skaven positions with these big army abilities. Get a Marauder out to go cap that point. Blood Beast is in, which is nice. Just duo with the Furies to run down the Night Runners. Or just space check Gorich. Actually punts Gorich the hell out of here. Pretty hilarious. Ooh, a good Wither. Oh, that's what Skrulk's been using more than anything. Okay. Skrulk has 2,200 value. I do think Skrulk is a good character. I actually think he's not even bad. He's maybe arguably not as good on average as Ikit, but people really underestimate Rod of Corruption and the Liber Bubonicus in terms of the damage it can do, and then he's still got a pretty good spell kit. Like the Plague of, or the Plague lore, the lore of Plague. Jesus Christ, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Spells of Plague is pretty good. Wither is good against Khorne. Blessed with Filth isn't bad either. I mean, Poison on everything against the faction that, like, relies on weapon strength is awesome. Pestilent Breath is good in some matchups. Plague is really underrated. It doesn't lock anything into the Vortex. But if they stand in the Vortex for even a few moments, this spell, Plague, it's got the same damage output as an upgraded Pit of Shades, and it is way cheaper. Like, where is it? Upgraded Pit of Shades here, 22 WOM for the 8 damage. It locks everything in place, yeah. But, you know, it costs an arm and a leg to get out, and you can just pop a few Plagues, hope you get lucky with them, and then just spam your other spells for the rest of it. And do so very effectively. It's got a decent little lore passive as well, lowering speed and nerfing vigor on enemy units. Guys get tired a lot quicker. Gorich is just chilling over here, and the Blood Beast really should kill him, because Gorich is an asshole, and he's really annoying. You do not want to let them get any eviscerations off on your infantry in the late game, so deal with them now. Bloodletters rally back. Bloodletters can kill the hell out of Skrull, because infantry characters struggle against Bloodletters, because these guys have a lot of anti-infantry bonus, good weapon strength, damage output on them, really, really solid. Eat the Rich is, like, hanging in, but I think a lot of that is just Galgi is not really rallying his forces back to the points very effectively. He does kill Gorich. Actually, outright kills him. He does a weird little, spasm as he goes down, explodes into a million pieces. Blood Beasts are fighting and hanging in here. They do get withered. Or the most effective wither of all time. I mean, it's like rat ogres in here fighting. They got a lot of AP, and it's a low armor unit anyways. Furies are doing what they can, and the Chaos Knights charge in just to, like, do something, I guess. I would just hide Blood Speaker at the back of the map. Can't hide him behind this thing. Like, hide him up here, though.
You have the foe's victory.
Marauders are just chilling out in No Man's Land, doing God knows what. And there's a Fury out in No Man's Land too, but they are actually rallying back. Warhounds and Fleshhounds resecure the number 3. Temporary double cap for the Skaven, but they just have to YOLO onto points at this stage of the game. With what few units they have, it's going to be really tough for them. Good, so here's something that happens when you summon Stalk units out. They go from being visible initially to going into Stalk. People can see when you summon in these kinds of units still. They're really good to bring in the opener when you want to get surprised. Surprising people in the late game with Death Runners like this is not super likely. Somebody like Galgi is going to see that more often than not. Does look like he's going to miss out on the opportunity, though, here to engage. I think he may have not fully noticed the summon in. And he was just rallying the Bloodletter back there to, you know, hold this point as best they could. They do turn around, even though they missed the charge against the Death Runners. They probably still beat the Death Runners. They just have way more HP. Like, Death Runners are at half health with 3,000. The Bloodletters are at half health with 4,300. So, you tell me who's going to outpace who in this matchup, especially when the Skaven have way worse stats. Death Runners are basically an anti-Dowie unit. That's about it. They're okay in a couple other matchups. Ashen Triads tend to be a little bit more solid overall. Yeah, Furies landing on the Rat Ogres. It's going to be a really short fight. Furies rip Rat Ogres up in the open field like this. Because these guys only have 30 armor. Rat Ogres are very, very weak to just high DPS units in general. Knights of the Brazen Throne are back in... Oh my god, Clan Rat versus Knights of the Brazen Throne. This is kind of funny to think about. The Warhounds and the Fleshhounds probably steal this point back by themselves. With the Knights here, it's just a guarantee. And Bloodletters surrounding Skrulk. Finally, Skrulk is going to start packing up and running away, and the Bloodletters are just having a good old time. Ashen Triads are going to die horrifically here. Furies hard counter them. There's 2 Furies to dive these guys. See how quick they melt. They get stuck up, and throws in the towel before we even find out. No. They were starting to melt, though. They lost like 10% of their HP in a quarter of a second, it seemed. Good job by Galgi, man. Great stuff. The Blood Speaker could have been used a little bit more safely. But everything else was rock solid. Good job, dude. Great corn play. I don't think you need triple Chaos Knight. What the hell? Alright. Although, no, I don't know. You got Knights of the Brazen Throne already for melee. I don't think you want Wrathmongers here, because they're a little too expensive and vulnerable to shooting. You know what? Maybe the Knights are the way, because they're not vulnerable to Doom Flayers. They actually kill Doom Flayers. They support Flesh Hounds really nicely. There's 3 of them, which is kind of a nightmare. You got Blood Beasts here. Maybe the one thing I would do is I'd take all those Knights, cut the Blood Beasts, and for the price of the Blood Beasts, I would probably get, like, another couple Bloodletters. And maybe 2 Marauders. It's a little bit over the price point. Khorngor's not good against Skaven. Just get 2 more Bloodletters and then find something else to get. Get another Chaos Warhound. Or something. Maybe get a Soul Grinder. I really think people should play with the Soul Grinder of Khorne more. I think it's a solid mid-tier unit. I don't think it's amazing, per se. I think it's pretty strong, though. Especially against Skaven and a few other low leadership factions. I think it's got some serious teeth to it. Yeah, Skrull rocked you a little bit. You survived Skrull really well. But yeah, you gotta be really careful around him. Respect the Pestilent Boy. He was the best Skaven Lord by far in Warhammer 2. Even better than Ikit for a long time. But it flip-flops back and forth a little bit. Stay away from him as much as possible. You don't need to kill Skrulk, really. Skrulk is slow, and his abilities are strong, but they are area-dependent, and they're fairly short range, so you can kind of maneuver around him fine. Gorich is definitely the more annoying thing that your opponent had, and Gorich got some good value, but you did end him before he started to really get going. So big congrats on that front. It's time for Khorne versus Grand Cathay in our finals match. Boop. Alright. Let's back out of here. Get into the replays. So get rid of the Blood Beasts and get more Bloodletters. And just use the Chaos Knights and the Chaos Knights and the Knights of the Brazen Throne to, like, kill Doom Flayers if your opponent, like, brings them out. And, you know, Chaos Knights with Lances can beat up on Rat Ogres a little bit. That was, like, the big thing. I was like, I don't know about them. Is that, like, mass Rat Ogres is actually pretty good against Heavy Cav, usually. I usually just go for, like, a couple of Minotaurs and then just, like, tons of infantry and just, like, carpet and mobile swarm the Skaven, because they just can't deal with it a lot of the time. I do like this build a lot. So how you do in the finals here? We've got Meat on Cathay with triple Crane Gunner. So this is kind of the build that I was recommending. Ancestral Warriors is pretty good against Khorne. I don't know about the Blossom Wind. I mean, it does have like a debuff contact effect on it. I don't know how much that really helps, though, because Khorne just kind of beats Cathay in the front line no matter what, but especially if they run stuff like Wrathmongers and Bloodletters.
The weak cannot interfere with the path laid out by our master. Crush them underfoot.
Generally speaking, I find Bloodletter spam to be most effective against Cathay, backed up by just lots of Blood Beasts and Furies. Flesh Hounds not good in this matchup. They just get destroyed by Jade Lancers. But Warhounds ain't half bad, because they can quickly rush up and get under peasant horsemen, or they can, skirt under the radar and get after crane gunners, while Furies are, like, distracting other units.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
All you need to, like, really break the spirit and the soul of a Cathay player is get one hound on one crane gunner. Because hounds are 450 and crane gunners are 1,000 gold. You can YOLO 2 warhounds, trade out for a crane gunner, and all is well in the realm. Still technically an uptrade for you, in fact. Valkia's flying around. Valkia's really good against Cathay. She is so strong at just poking crane gunners, getting into the Jade War Drum, beating up on, like, Shugengan Lords in the sky. Skull Taker is a little bit better than her, but that's just because Skull Taker is just a little bit better than every other lord, generally speaking. Triple Crane Gunner puts a lot of pressure on Skull Taker, though. And Valkia, she can just fly around and avoid a lot of the shots by dodging back and forth, and then she can Demon Shield on her way in against a Crane Gunner, land, and just start beating up on them. And your opponent, if they don't have a big Zhao type character, can't really do a lot about that. Cathay doesn't have good single entity removal, which is generally how you deal with Valkia. Very good patient play, just pulling back, letting Cathay get the #1 for the time being. Wrathmongers are hiding in the trees. No reason to bring them out until the time is nigh for just a big ol' fight. Marauders are pretty spread out here, but I don't hate the way that they're spread out. It's fairly contiguous positions. There's, like, this position here. This is, like, the core battle line of Marauders, and then there's the two out here who are in more of a support role. They just want to keep enemies off the back objective or hold some open field space for units to kind of, like, run in and reinforce the #2 from behind the Marauders' shields. Crane Gunners opening up. Good range on this Crane Gunners, man. 275 is a long way. You gotta keep stuff around these guys for the reload time, though. They benefit immensely from the reload skill with the Harmony. You gotta make sure that you're actually getting it. You can see, this is why I don't like the way the Harmony is implemented. They are literally within 60 meters. Why are they not giving the freaking Harmony? It is so dumb. It's not 60-meter range when the unit has to be perfectly centered over it. It's more like 50-meter range. It's really obnoxious, and I'm so sick of Cathay having to deal with it. Like, they wouldn't even be broken if you just increased the Harmony range to 100 meters. Like, even that, I think, would be reasonable. Good engages from Galju. He's got Cathay so flustered right now. He's got all of his units moving up at once. Not a single thing wasted. He's attacking at multiple different angles. He's got the Furies attacking Croman up here. Even if the Furies lose, distracting one of the answers for the Hounds. The Hounds are slipping through the trees around the flank. Peasant Horsemen get charged down by the Hounds, taking huge damage. The Wrathmongers and some Marauders in on Tiger Claw. Warriors, big win for Khorne there. Ancestral Warrior Summon coming out. I mean, okay, flex a little bit. It's kind of cool. They're a fun unit, but they're not going to be very effective against the Wrathmongers. And Blossom Wind's going to do a little bit of damage, but the debuff doesn't last that long. You're rear charging Wrathmongers who have immune to flanking anyways. Literally do not care about that. Furies and Valkia wreck the Crane Gunners. Fat Sleipnir. I know it's just a peasant long spear, but, you know, bust them up, man. I mean, that's like 150 solid value out of Sleipnir. It's not, like, good, per se, compared to how much value you can get out of it normally, but any bit helps here. Galju just won the game because he literally has sniped every single Crane Gunner instantly. The first main engagement, and Cathay is already locked in a melee duel against Khorne. I don't know how you come back from this. I don't think there's any way you can come back from this, to be honest. Even though there aren't really, like, swarms of bloodletters in place. There's still double Wrathmonger. Yeah, these Wrathmongers are a little beat up because they got shot. One of them got shot pretty hard by Crane Gunners on the way in. The other one is very healthy and can just set up on the points after the Ancestral Warrior Summon dies. I don't think got a lot of value, to be honest. This other one might. It is got some Blood Beasts and a bunch of Marauders tied up in the middle of them. Probably drag a few of these guys down. Yeah, decent value out of this Warrior Summon so far. Definitely stand to get a little more. Fleshhounds and Furies getting it on top of Longma Riders. There's just a swarm of Fleshhounds and Furies out now. Jade Warriors getting crushed. Man, dude. The pressure. The pressure coming in from Galju has just been something that nobody has had any answers for. Like, at all. Nobody has been prepared for the Khorne play today. The closest we got was that Skaven player last round, and, I mean, even he went down pretty hard when the time came. Blood Beasts route away from the Ancestral Warriors, honestly, for the best for them. Onyx Crowmen land on them, and okay, I mean, they can do a little bit of damage to the Blood Beast, but Blood Beast should be able to actually clean these guys up now that they're turned around and fighting them. They just do so much damage to infantry-sized stuff because of their attack patterns and speed. Well, they got a lot of weapon strength, so Fizzrez is not really doing enough there. Peasant Long Spears getting dragged down by the Wrathmongers. The Wrathmongers here only have about 475 value. The others with 500. Ain't too much. Jade Wardrum just got ignored early and completely maneuvered around, and now getting picked apart. The Crane Gunners are too spread out. That's the big problem with Meat's build, is that it didn't have anti-Fury tools. There were no Jade Lancers coming out to hammer against the Furies quickly to protect the Crane Gunners. And the Crane Gunners didn't have enough time to shoot down the Wrathmongers. And now there's just a little too much mobility out on the field. Galju is banking supplies. What would you bring in here? I don't know, like, try and get some Warhounds on the field, maybe, just to respond quickly to cap attempts. Oh my god, a Sword of Khorne coming down. It's not gonna hit much. It does decent damage to the Tiger Claws, though. I keep calling them Tiger Claws. They're Iron Claws. I think I might call them Tiger Claws regardless. Tiger Warriors are dual weapons, Tiger Stalkers are the little ranged variant, and then Tiger Claws are the halberds, and that's just how I'm going to be referring to them forever now. You're not going to be able to make me stop. Wrathmongers are just happy as clams beating up on the Tiger Claws here. Wrathmongers and Valkia. And Valkia is not bad against infantry. She can get ripped up by AP infantry pretty badly. I would even be popping Demon Shield in this fight. See her HP dropping quite a bit. And the reason I would do that is because just to give Wrathmongers the time they need to just bust through the Tiger Claw Warriors here. What the hell is this? Sleipnir and your own guys. Oh, that's Blossom Wind. Never mind. I was like, what the heck? No Sleipnirs left in the bank, but Valkia doesn't really need it to continue value trading. She's already at 2,000. She's paid for herself. She's a 19 or an 1,800 gold character with Demon Shield and Sleipnir. That's all she ever needs. She doesn't need anything additional. Blood Beasts rally in, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne charge down the Longma Riders and the Shootingon Lord, and they kill the absolute hell out of her. She might even die outright if they surround her, pin her in, and get a few more hits in. You can see that kind of going on right now. A little bit of funkiness with the hitboxes, as is always the case, but an inevitable death here. Crane Gunner's getting run down by more Furies. The Crowmen are hanging in. Jade Warriors are chilling out. Just fast forward through this. Galju's opening engagement was just masterful. And sometimes your opponent just surgically picks you apart and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Because they're playing the game too, right? Tiger Claws fleeing for their lives. Valkia trying to follow it up. Wrathmongers trying to get into a fight against anything right now. The Wrathmongers, even if they don't value trade, always and forever, Wrathmongers just hold an obnoxious amount of space for Khorne. Like, it is so hard to work around them because you can't engage them fairly. Just like straight up head-to-head duels against Wrathmongers always end in disaster for the people trying to duel them. It is not worth it. Brilliant charges here. Chaos Warhounds go in first. Furies collapse in the rear, and then the Knights of the Brazen Throne bring it all home with a beautiful charge, and the Ironclaw Warriors here, man. They get halved in HP in just moments. Onyx Crowmen kind of keeping them from getting completely folded there, though. Cathay just... They lost all their Crane Gunners early, and that was just GG, but it was worth seeing if they could make a comeback. I don't like the Ancestral Summon, or actually, I do like the Ancestral Summon, I don't like Blossom Wind. Storm of the Night. Slows against Khorne, goated. If you're able to, like, slow Khorne units down and punish them on the charge... That's how you win this game. Too many Longmas. Too many Longmas. Again, man. Every time Meat struggles, it seems to be because he's overemphasizing these Longma riders. They are good units. They're solid. All you need to beat Furies and Hounds, though, is just a bunch of Jade Lancers, dude. I don't think he respects the Jade Lancers as much as he should. I respect the play, though. It's fun. It's fun Cathay builds. All the way around. The Tiger Claw Warriors, man, they were good today. They feasted in quite a few of those matchups. It's just against Khorne there that they ran up against a freaking brick wall, dude, and they just got absolutely clapped. When I play Wood Elves into Skaven Wild Riders, usually crush Ogres on the charge, so I kind of assume Knights would work similarly. They can. Chaos Knights are good. They don't have Phys-Res, though. So all their armor doesn't really help against Rat Ogres, which is, like, my only concern. But if you want to run the triple Knight, I mean, I kind of taught myself into it, so I can see it doing some pretty good stuff. It will fall off, though, against Eshin Triad spam and Storm Vermin spam, which is why I don't typically run that. That's why I just stick with Furies and Fleshhounds and like a Minotaur or two for my anti-large duty. Brilliant play, Galju. Amazing. Making Khorne look like a broken faction. Which in some respects they are. I mean, Khorne is easily #1 in the head-to-head unit per unit. It's typically when Khorne starts getting into a massive numbers deficit, or your opponent is able to out-elite you, like the High Elves can sometimes do, that things fall apart. Real quick, one of the other reasons why Khorne is so strong is because you're not relying on ranged units, on average, your typical fight is taking place on objectives. Because you're walling your opponent off and you've got, like, just an army stacked full of crazy good cap weight. Play off that and you can just feast. And then your opponent is just in, like, feast or famine mode. Hellforge Bellers would have been fun to bring out, not early, but after the initial dive when you get rid of all the Crane Gunners. Because you bring Bellers in and just, like, delete Iron Claws. I really want to show that off real quick. Dude, Bellers just farms these guys. Oh, yeah, we need to go to land battle. And then battle for Itza. Yeah, Lord Magistrate. I'll just get some to Iron Claws, and, you'll see. You'll see. It's funny. It's really funny, to be quite honest. It's because of the, it's actually a combination of factors here. Like, Hellforged Beller's is just a crazy good artillery piece in general. It used to be stupidly OP. Now it's still crazy strong, but, it's down to 160 meter range, so you actually have to play fairly close to front lines to use this thing. If you have good micro on Hellforged Bellers, great unit. If you have bad micro, kind of a mediocre one.
Frenzy, bloodlust, these are our virtues. Now fly at the foe, so corn your honor!
We'll just roll up and half the HP off this Tiger Warrior real quick. Okay. There we go. A couple shots didn't quite make good contact, but even with just 3, take that Iron Claw down to down 1,000 HP. 149 value per shot. If you calculate that just on per ammo basis, you got 12 volleys. Each one gets close to 150 value. The Hellforged Beller's already paid for itself by the time you even get it into melee combat. And then it still replenishes ammo and heals. So, against a lot of factions, including Cathay, where yes, they have Arty, and yes, they have stuff like Crane Gunners to kind of punish the Bellers, this thing is pretty useful to have just to deal with any elite infantry that your opponent might bring. If you're not going to just like run Bloodletters and just massively out micro them. Bellers provides a pretty stable floor of how to do it without I don't know, getting 2 in your own head. Just pop that from Skull Taker now. Fire, fire, fire. Good. Wow, look at the Tiger Claw Warriors ripping Skull Taker apart, though. There we go. Oh, that's juicy, man. Literally anything to, like, counter Skull Taker. Kind of awesome. So yeah, it looks like Skull Taker may not be so good against Cathay. Because, I mean, these Iron Claws, man, they just farmed him for value. So, yeah, these guys hold up pretty decently. I guess it's because their HP pool is fairly high for 80 models. It's kind of hard to, like, kill them outright with the missiles, but you can see how much value this thing can get. And because it's so fast, you can just, like, kite everything out. This is really something, like I said, that'll work once you start getting rid of all the Cathay missiles. Because then you can maneuver like this without fear of getting, like, shot as you're running away. Come on. Point blank them. Don't want to. That's okay. Drive it out the back. Skull Cannons have really disruptive attack patterns, which is actually pretty funny, because they're kind of hard to deal with as a result. Wow, they really do rip and tear into the Bellers, though. Skull Taker, dude. Holy snot. Just can't beat these guys. Look at that. Lost on models just messing around there. That's funny. Dang. Okay, Tiger Warriors do have some hands. Maybe the Bellers is not so good against Cathay. Maybe you do just want to run like a straight up hardcore melee build. Oh, maybe the Soul Grinder is good against Cathay again. I used to run Soul Grinder into Cathay as well. Curious if I can make it work too. Classic. Yeah, dude, the terrain. Bellowers, again, also losing range means that it's harder to get perfect shots because of the terrain, because the little missiles tend to collide with anything that's elevated. Yeah, Furies, I don't know about Furies being bullshit, but Khorne definitely has the strongest ones. The only reason I don't think they are is because they are pretty vulnerable to any kind of counter charge. Furies just melt if they get charged by something. With even half-decent armor and charge bonus, they will just fall apart instantly. But they are pretty frustrating, and they can do some insane damage, so it's a give and take. Khorne really is like one of those factions where it's just skill expression, bro. Like, you play Khorne good, you look like an absolute badass. If you play Khorne poorly, you look like a fool. I've been on both sides of that coin before. We're going to do one more game. We've got time for one more, and then we're going to dip out. Should it be Norska Khorne? Maybe this High Elves Chorfs game. Yeah, we haven't seen either of these dudes play. Mumine and Brandonator. Brandonator is working on building up that skill set. It's been a little bit tough. He's been trying to find his footing as Skaven. It's not really been clicking. Playing some High Elves today. He's been swapping back and forth between factions. Play a lot of different factions when you're starting out, guys. Play factions that you've never played before until you find something that you literally just go, yes, this is it. Because I promise out of the 24 in the game, there will be one that you instantly click with. You just have to find it. Sometimes it's the first one you play with. Sometimes it's the last one you try out. I used to be an Ogre Kingdoms main. Like, when this game released, that's all I played. Was Ogies and Kislev. It was not until Immortal Empires came out that I started playing Khorne. And then I was just like, yup. Yup. This is it. This is it. This is the only thing I want to play. And I literally just hard focused learning Khorne in and out for freaking months, I think. And then getting good at them, I was able to branch out and kind of learn from there. Look at this Kadai build, or this single entity build. It's double, wait, is this the Bale Taurus? Yeah, it is the Bale Taurus. It's double Bale Taurus characters. And then a Kadai Destroyer. What the hell is going on here? Why would you use Dwellers Below on Orc Laborers? Why? Please. Why would you do that to yourself, man? That is absolutely insane. What a guy. Look, Dwellers Below is just a really shit spell because it got nerfed into absolute oblivion. It is garbaggio. You do not want to use it. Awakening of the Wood would have gotten you the same amount of damage on these Orc Laborers for way less. Just go with that instead. Mumine is going to have a hard time holding points because it's all garbage on the ground. There is not a single strong option on foot for the entire Chaos Dwarf army. Brandon does need to rally the Arcane Phoenix back to help with this Bale Taurus that's fighting the Sun Dragon. The Archmage is rolling around in the chariot. Ooh, needs to keep moving. Doesn't want to get hit by that Demonsmith Sorcerer. This guy's on his own Bale Taurus. You can see how quickly they rip into characters. It's that weapon strength they've got, dude, and the charge bonus is so good, too. Ugh. Painful to use a regrowth on your caster, to be honest. It's just rough. I mean, you want to use it on the Sun Dragon, or the Arcane Phoenix, obviously. Guys, coming to the low ground, we've got Hashut's Dark Ravagers fighting off 1,000,000 Illyrian Reavers up top there. And the value is not looking great for a minute there, but Mumine is starting to put in work on all of the relevant targets, which includes this Sun Dragon. Sun Dragon is getting absolutely freaking clocked by the Bale Taurus character right now. Don't fight Bale Tauruses until they're tired, man. I promise you it's not worth it. If your opponent goes for this double Bale Taurus shenanigans stuff, you just kill all the infantry as quickly as possible, and you stay away from any bull centaurs. You cap points, and you just run for your life until these Bale Tauruses start getting tired, and then you start trying to fight them. Because they fall off really hard once they hit tired, so they start losing all this melee attack. And their melee defense is fairly low. They lose weapon strength, charge bonus. And then when they get very tired and exhausted, they're losing armor. And that's where they really fall apart, because they got fairly low armor at base. Only 70. Really not doing them that many favors. Sisters of Avalorn, don't ever bring them against Chaos Dwarves, because they have a bazillion fire resistance. Everything has fire res. And it's substantial. 35%. You're basically doing no damage to these flyers because you're shooting into 25% resistance and 35%, so they get 60% damage res against the sisters' shots. And you don't really need the hard AP. Trains also have fire resistance, same with Kadai. The best thing that you can bring for yourself as the High Elves is Shadow Walkers. Wow, and we get some Shadow Walkers. And look at that! Immediately, Sorcerer Prophet getting chunked pretty bad by these guys. 899 value already. You don't need the hard AP, you just need some hard, soft AP with good control, which is what the poison on these guys offers. This is where you just ignore the Kadai Destroyer as best you can. Kill the Sorcerer Prophet, make sure that that leadership for the entire army here is falling apart. And bunker up on this middle point, because you've got a bunch of Silver and Guard here. They're going to be impossible to move off right now. Even the Kadai are going to struggle into the Silverins.
Glorious.
Yup, good kill. Silver Helms, need to get away from the Kadai. Just get all your stuff away from here. Start pressuring the number 3 objective. Bring these horsemen back or unsummon them. Your opponent's forgotten about the Hashut's Dark Ravagers, which is pretty fortunate for you. The Shadow Walkers continuing their rampage. And, I mean, they haven't even used all their ammo, and they've got 1,100 value. 1,000 gold unit, by the way. And after they've used all their ammo, guess what they can do? They can run into combat and then go beat the snot out of some infantry, because they have really good melee attack and melee defense. And get a bonus versus infantry of 12 to make up for any stats that they lost as they were shooting all their little arrows. Super cool. Arcane Phoenix, or Frostheart Phoenix, did pretty good. 1,100 value on it. Way better value than the Dogwater Sun Dragon we saw. Not that the dragons are bad. The dragons actually benefit immensely from not having fire damage in this matchup. If you're gonna run a dragon, though, you need to run a Star Dragon, because the Star Dragons, let me tell you, dude, Star Dragon, melee damage is pretty cracked, and they have crazy high stats. Way better duelists, pound for pound, than the Bale Tauruses are. When they can actually beat a Bale Taurus down, as opposed to the Sun Dragons, who kind of struggle into them. As you can see, you compare them to the Bale Tauruses, and they really are just a worse Bale Taurus. Like, they've got about all the same base stats, but a little bit lower. Leadership is the same. Speed is about the same. Dragon is a little bit faster. Not by much, though. The weapon strength is better for the Bale Taurus. The melee defense is slightly better for the Sun Dragon, but at the expense of melee attack. Charge bonus is lower at base for the Sun Dragon. And the breath attacks are about the same. They both cause terror. I don't know, dude. Yeah, just get a Star Dragon if you're going to run one. Silverins, they've held the line pretty well. The Kadai actually did a lot better against them than I thought, but the Kadai are going to be going down here momentarily. They can't hold forever. Silverhelms need to get a rear charge in here and do some damage, or... yeah, actually, Hashed Stark Ravagers have been seen, so need to kill those guys. Lyran Reavers did rally back to that point, but didn't get much done, and now you need an answer for Soul of Damnation. Brandon is a little bit behind on value, just because I think his single entities have been a little bit too inefficient, and he has not supported the front line well enough. The Kadai Destroyer has gotten 2,200 value, Baletor's Caster with 28, and he's got a Reforge. He's got one more Reforge for this Kadai, which is going to get it up to close to 9k. Scary, man. It's really scary. It's, what, 15%-ish heal? No, 18? I don't know. I don't want to do the math. I'm too lazy right now. My brain's tired. I'm taking a break. Needless to say, it's really not that much. I mean, it's a pretty chunky little heal for a big monster like this. Percentage base-wise, you get 15% healing in on this thing, and you're talking about close to 2,000 health. Kind of terrifying. Sun Dragon getting hammered by the Soul of Damnation. High Elves are completely out of steam here. The Shadow Walkers have used all their ammo and got 1,500 value. Now imagine if you had two of those guys in the opener instead of the Sisters of Avalorn, and you didn't even have to spend the money on the dragon to try and shoot these big monsters. Think about how much of a headache you'd be saving yourself. Plus, Shadow Walkers have stalks, so you can keep them stalked until your opponent lands, then you can just fire a fat volley right up into their really expensive stuff. And they can shoot down Hashed Stark Ravagers, okay. They, like, do lack the magic damage to get around the missile res and or get around the fizz res. So it's fizz res and missile res that stacks. Sisters of Avalorn wouldn't really be doing that much more damage because these guys do have 15% fire res. So yeah, you get around the fizz res, but really only a 5% buff to damage over the Shadow Walkers, who do punch through the 50 armor of the Hashed Stark Ravagers just fine anyways. Honestly, a Bolt Thrower wouldn't even be bad against the Chowie. I actually find that Bolt Throwers against the Chaos Dwarves are oftentimes exceptionally effective because they poke Bull Centaur Renders really well. Kadai Fireborn really well. It forces aggressive dives from Baletauruses. And if you just keep the Bolt Throwers around to poke all of this stuff down, then you can just very quickly overwhelm the garbage infantry that the Chaos Dowie oftentimes throw out. Really well played with the Kadai Destroyer. I mean, 2,700 value on this thing. Arcane Phoenix comes in. Arcane Phoenix, not good. It's got fire damage. Please don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. It took me a while to learn this lesson. Any faction that has lots of fire damage, oftentimes those are on elite units, and it really hurts you against the Chaos Dwarves. Truth be told, the best thing you can bring against Chaos Dowie is just raw magic attacks. Just magic attack damage in any package that you can find and throw it out there, because Chaos Dowie have a lot of units that rely on Fizz Res. Kadai Destroyers, Hashed Stark Ravagers, their Baletauruses build up Fizz Res from their Blazing Body ability. Destroyer, obviously the same. The melee damage reflection has got to be crazy on this thing right now. And yes, it is at 20% right now. So every time you poke the destroyer, you're killing yourself. And that is one way this thing just absolutely clowns on people into the late game. And Sisters of Avalor missing every freaking shot. Not only are they not doing enough damage, they're also missing every single bow shot that they're trying to throw down right now. Making good contact with that volley. Some okay damage in. It's painful, dude. It's so painful. What do you do against all that? Oh. Firing at the Sorcerer Prophet. I mean, just look how little high-tier unit like the Sisters of Avalon are really doing to these guys. They just fired 3 volleys into this dude, not even missing that many shots, and they only took 1,000 HP off of him. Really? See what I'm talking about? Shadow Walkers come back in and immediately get overrun. It's just GG. I mean, there's Kadai Fireborn camping the spawn point.
You have been bested.
Okay, so let's talk about this matchup. It's tough. It's pretty tough. Honestly, your best bet is Old Eltharion here. Mistwalker Barrage does a lot of damage and scales great in the late game. He's got Apotheosis, so he can heal himself, and most importantly, guess what he's got? He's got fucking Tempest, guys. Overcast Tempest ruins enemy aerial circuses. You run Eltharion, just keep them safe, tucked into your own lines. Tempest Snare your opponent's big Bale Tauruses and shoot them to death with 1,000,000 archers, and then you freaking chortle your way home as your opponent cries and vomits and, I don't know, craps himself to death. That's what it feels like playing into, like, really good high elf players. It's just, like, flailing away like a tiny baby child into, like, a full-grown adult. If you play high elves really cleanly, you have a good micro on these guys, they are a freaking awful faction to engage against. It's what makes them so fun. Super, super enjoyable. You can go for, yeah, the Silverins. I really like Double Shadow Walker. Dude, I swear Double Shadow Walker against basically every faction is good. You do want the Company of the Calendarian if you got the DLC. It's hard to pass these guys up, honestly. I mean, you've got a lot of the DLC for the high elves. You got Shadow Walkers, because I don't think these guys come with the base game, do they? If you are just working with... I don't even remember what is and isn't DLC for a lot of factions anymore. You know, I mean, Ship's Company are not a base unit. That's a DLC unit. Rangers, I think, are a base unit. I know White Lions are. I'm pretty sure Silver Guard are. Same with the Phoenix Guard and the Sword Masters. Blades of Hoeth are an ROR of a base unit, but they came with this last DLC, so I'm not 100% sure if they are or not. Didn't they? Blades of Hoeth, were they in the game before? Honestly, I don't play enough Isles. I don't even remember anymore now. Ugh. It's all falling apart, guys. I know Karadrin and the Mist Major from the DLC. And the Sky Cutters. Sea Elemental Oceanids. You know what else I think would be pretty good against the, Chowie? Where's some good old Oceanids, you know? Strider, Perfect Vigor, immune to contact effects, physical resistance, missile resistance, and fire resistance. Guess what they completely ignore with all of that combined? Where the hell are the Chaos? Here they are. Guess what they ignore completely is any of the shooting. What Oceanids are normally weak to is missiles, magic missiles specifically. Guess what the Chaos Dwarves just don't really have. They don't have magic missiles. They've got Soul of Damnation, which can kind of sit on your Oceanids. It's not a super effective strategy, though. Other than that, I mean, they're just like raw dogging it against you. They don't have Fire Glaives or Granite Guard with it. They'd have to be using like Flaming Sword of Ruin to imbue magic damage onto their stuff. I guess Traz Hoeth could fly around with his Graven Scepter and kind of beat up on them, but even the characters don't really have good like access to magic damage. Because they lose it on the Bale Tauruses. They still keep it on the Lamasus. Lamasus are generally a lot weaker in melee combat. They can still do some pretty cool stuff. I actually think the Lamasus are currently the most powerful mounts for those sorcerer characters. That's mostly because they get a lot of benefit out of their chalice in terms of healing, and they're just really good casters, and they got great spell casting abilities. See the Bloodthirster game? I haven't watched the Bloodthirster game. I'll check it out later. Bloodthirsters may be good again. Especially against the Chimera factions, because the problem with Bloodthirsters, guys, this has always been the problem with Bloodthirsters, is that Bloodthirsters are not bad at the anti-large roll. They've always been good at that. Even at release, Bloodthirsters could actually dominate other single entities. The problem is that single entities in general are on the weaker end of the spectrum in effectiveness in domination mode. So you don't see them that often, and Bloodthirsters are ass at everything else. They suck it against infantry. They're really mediocre against cavalry. They're okay against monstrous units, but it depends on what kind of monstrous unit it is. It's just so micro-intensive that they've always been on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of effectiveness, and the buffs people ask for Bloodthirsters are to make them better generalists, and to make it so that they don't get body blocked by, like, a single infantry model. They have weird problems with hitting things in melee combat if there are things between them and their target, and their target can be literally right in front of them. But if there's like 2 infantry units in front of the Bloodthirster and the thing it wants to hit, which is usually a big thing, it won't hit them because it just, for whatever reason, can't reach out with its gigantic battle axe and hit something that's 2 feet away. It's really dumb. Those are the things that need to be buffed about the Bloodthirster. It can beat other single entities and beat them quite badly. Yeah, Miss Mage is super hilarious. Nullstone is so awesome. Silencing the magic damage, and then also just all spells. Washing machine build could also be good here. Yeah, Sea Elemental and Oceanids and just a bunch of ships company. Okay, that's what I thought. I was so sure Blades of Hoeth were DLC, but just like a Arawara base game unit. Yeah, Metal Mage, Plague of Rust. Metal Magic is always good, though. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That's another really good point, David. The heals, the life magic against Chaos Dowie is bad because they have fire damage. Fire damage lowers healing by 50%, and it's something that was changed specifically for Warhammer 3. It was a big deal when the game came out, but people like adjusted to it, and they're so used to it that it doesn't get talked about enough for people who are newer to the game. And campaign, you can get away with just healing through fire damage because you get so much magic in campaign, you might not even notice until you like come over here, and efficiency is the name of the game. Yeah, Miss Mage being able to summon Oceanids is also good against Chaos Dowie, because you can go in summon an Oceanid on top of their artillery and just kill a Hell Cannon with an Oceanid, because Oceanids are hard to peel. Oceanids survive a lot of contact that you think they shouldn't, and they just feast on low armor stuff, because they have a nice bonus versus infantry despite their low melee attack, and Perfect Vigor means they never lose that melee attack, right? Like, they'll always have 38-ish melee attack, which means against a Hell Cannon crew who's got 30 armor and 19 melee defense, the 95 armor plus the 14 from the bonus versus infantry is just gonna shred through these guys if the summon gets off really cleanly on the crew and they don't have anywhere they can just run immediately. Honestly, I feel like the only reason High Elves are not a number, like a top 5 win rate faction right now is because I think a lot of people are a little hesitant to skew really heavily into their High Elf builds. People really like running a lot of the same High Elf builds right now. I don't know if people are being experimental enough with them to really exploit a lot of the broken items and abilities that the High Elves can utilize. They're at 50% in terms of win rate right now, which is actually above Khorne, and we all saw Khorne win the tournament today, and they can definitely win tournaments regularly. The problem that Khorne has is that they do genuinely have bad matchups, and a lot of their solid matchups are still fairly even. I can actually flip it over to the win rates right now. Let's look at this before we go. Let's talk about Khorne and the current state of the meta with them. Khorne loses to really good skirmish and mobility. So, wow, shock. Dark Elves, good against Khorne? No way. Norska, good against Khorne? No way. Skaven with a slight win rate against Khorne. This would even out. I think it's 60-40 in Khorne's favor. Skaven can definitely run some nasty combos, though, in terms of build to throw you off your game and punish you. So it's not like an easy Khorne win, but it's definitely a little bit favored for them. Norska has a much better matchup than this win rate shows, I think. Norska is really tough for Khorne to deal with. There's ways around it now. People are starting to figure it out. Still tough. Counts, I don't know how you lose to Counts as Khorne. You just farm with throwing axes and just dunk on whatever pressure your opponent sends to try and kill you throwing axes. It's really all you have to do. Get a couple Minotaurs, get a couple Furies, some Flesh Hounds, defend your Horsemen. Horsemen kill Mortis Engine. Horsemen kill Dragon. Horsemen kill Corpse Cart. Horsemen kill Crypt Horrors. Khorne Infantry kill everything else. That's all you gotta do, man. I have not lost accounts on Khorne in ages. Just like how I haven't lost to Dowie in ages on Khorne. It's a give and take, though. People struggle with different factions. Greenskins is fairly even, but I think right now, just the way that Greenskins can swarm, they usually overwhelm Khorne a little bit, and that can be a bit of a pain. If Khorne is able to get some good picks on characters and mobility, they can beat Greenskins, though. Scarbrand I found to be really good against Greenskins. He's kind of like he's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, gun situation where he kind of breaks the game against the Greenskins. Because he can beat most of their single entities, no problem. If they try to double team Scarbrand, you can just, like, rampage colossal squigs into, like, halberds and stuff and just, like, you know, joke on your opponent at that point. He can, like, rear charge fights and just tear out everything. Super funny. He's the guy I would go with against Greenskins, just with his Rampage and Wrathful Reaper. Tomb Kings are tough. Definitely a hard faction to beat. Same with Wood Elves. Ogre Kingdoms are really freaking annoying as Khorne. I think it's 60-40 in the favor of the Ogre Kingdoms because Lead Belchers and Maneater Pistols are just that good. And with solid healing and protection, they can just absolutely roll you. Warriors of Chaos, I think, are pretty beatable with Khorne, but I think you go double Skull Cannon with Skull Taker or Valkia, and then you just go mass horsemen and furies, fleshhounds, and marauders. And then you back that up with some bloodletters in reserve to like kill Forsaken. And it's still a tricky matchup because Warriors of Chaos have some pretty terrifying characters. Chaos Dowie just sucks. It's terrible, probably the worst matchup for Khorne outside of Slaanesh. And Grin Cathay, nobody plays them, so nobody knows how to counter them. You just spam bloodletters at them, Wrathmongers, and you just like outmuscle the shit out of them. Can't win the Wood Elf Khorne matchup for shit. Look, dude, I play against the Wood Elves all the time, and no, you cannot make mistakes against Khorne. If you fumble a single expensive unit as Wood Elves into Khorne, the Khorne player will probably rampage over the rest of your army. The allowance for mistakes is so minuscule. Yeah, Sea Elemental good against all Chaos Dowie monsters, only vulnerable to missiles. Yeah, there's a lot to like there. I like the washing machine build, as you guys have put it. I'm going to call it that from now on. Alright, guys. Oh, my goodness. We're rambling a lot here at the end, but we've been covering a little bit of extra ground, so I don't mind it at all. I'm going to leave you guys off here. And, yeah. I'll see you guys later. I hope you guys take care. Hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, because I certainly did. We got a huge Khorne win from our boy Galju. If you can win with Khorne, you'll win with Wood Elves sooner rather than later, my friend. So keep your head up and make it happen. I believe in you. Till next time, guys. Take care and peace out.